Hello, hello, hello. Good morning and welcome to Feedback Friday, Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob Johnson. Welcome to the stream. I feel like it's been a while. Had holidays, had a lot of Dave, and now it's art. So welcome back, everybody. Hope the new year has been treating you well. Um, howdy, howdy. Howdy, 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 howdy. Hi, Charizard. How you doing? Um, so yeah, we're doing art today. It's a little bit of a between kind of elements. We've been doing a lot of talk about floating islands recently in the office because we're gearing up for that. Please stop eating plants. Sorry, my cat. Um, Gearing up for that. There's been a lot of discussion kind of game design wise. The original kind of pitch that I helped kind of like build was over 2 years old. I think it's like 2.5 years ago I created a prototype for it way back when I was like first kind of dabbling in code, so it's garbage and bad. But we've been kind of discussing what's good, what's bad, and before we kind of lock down on actual production on things, we want to kind of like bounce around some fresh ideas since it's been so long. So there is kind of some interesting discussions going on about that internally. It's possible, based off of what comes out of that, if we kind of change direction, we might end up kind of altering a bit of kind of the art needed for it, which could be good, could be bad. But basically, what we've created, not a huge amount, but a good group of mice. I'm sure they'll kind of like find their place if they don't end up having their kind of like perfect fit with the direction we end up going. So some interesting stuff to consider there. But at the same time, um, since we're kind of between things, there's a couple of options for what we could do for art. We could keep kind of like going. We could go back, do more floating islands concept stuff, develop characters for that because part of that does also help drive the ideas and mechanics and stuff. So that's fun. Could be useful. Um, Alternately, we could go and redraw an old mouse. I do have just kind of like a backlog of a billion mice that I don't like and would love to recreate. Um, and so there's also like Valentine stuff that we're kind of gearing up to produce. But I think there's been a couple of kind of like things that changed this morning, so I don't know if we're gonna commit to certain things. And half the office is out today. Got a lot of people sick, and a bunch of people because of the nasty weather, like train didn't run and stuff like that. It's beautifully sunny though, but it's freezing. Um, at any rate, I'm in my home office anyway. So okay, so basically, I think what we could do is leave it up to what you guys want to see. We could do try and create a new character for the floating islands. We could try doing concept development for the floating islands, just kind of like exploring a whole bunch of sketches and trying to figure out kind of like what the characters could be. We could go and repaint an old character, kind of give some fresh life to that, or other. It's kind of like not a required drawing today. So we got one for concept. Feel free to chime in the chat. Also, yeah, like give suggestions for what you'd like to have me draw and kind of like be a part of. And also, if you have questions, anything, I'll do my best to answer. Game-related questions, I generally don't have always the best kind of internal knowledge, especially when it's kind of like, when's this releasing, and kind of, how exactly do these systems function? Since I am just on the art side, uh, aside from kind of concepting game design, um, my expertise is limited to that. All right. Did the floating islands change a lot since the last live drawing? Not particularly. So we did have a meeting about it where we kind of like ran through the original kind of concept, and we kind of brought up some areas that we felt were a little too tedious. And so what we're looking to do is kind of like clean that up, make it run better and more fun because it's an interesting concept. There's a lot to it, but for how much it is, it doesn't kind of like give back to the player how we want, and that's just because it's an old idea. Um, so effectively, like thematically, right now it's the same, but if someone comes out with an idea that is totally different, but it's perfect, then that just makes sense for making it a good area for you guys to play through. So we would change it if we have the right idea. Just a little example of what happened with the kind of the Valor Rift gauntlet. Um, I We had kind of like spitballed some ideas, and we were kind of like shifting around trying to figure out game design and what worked, what didn't. And so a few of us kind of like liked certain things, so I decided to kind of whip up a prototype because I'm trying to learn how to do that better. So I did do that, and we played it internally, and a lot of us were like relatively happy with it, but not really totally happy with it, and that's kind of the challenge of it. Um, I think we didn't kind of like uh, pick it apart enough to kind of like get the prototyping kind of value where effectively you want to kind of like put something out there, criticize it constructively, kind of like develop it and kind of tear down and rebuild what doesn't work, to try and kind of quickly hone in on the good stuff and kind of cut out the cruft. And so what ended up happening was we didn't do that where we kind of chopped it up and rebuilt it and chopped it up and rebuilt it. We just kind of like had an idea. I built a prototype with a couple variations, and we just kind of were like, it's good enough. We'll figure it out as we kind of code it though, and like put it in game. And so what ended up happening was there was kind of like a point, especially with the systems that it ran, like a lot of kind of like uh, balancing was dependent on other things that were balanced on other things. So there was like all the super complicated systems kind of running through each other. So it was really hard to kind of tune and tweak from the inside. And so it ended up taking a lot of kind of extra time to kind of like rebuild after we kind of like got super into the development. So basically, what we're trying to do now is more prototyping, more kind of tear it apart, rebuild it, find something everyone's kind of really excited about, and try and like cut out the stuff that doesn't work as early as possible before committing to the code and stuff. So that's kind of like the idea of why we might shift with the floating island stuff. But ideally we'll make sure to be able to use the art that we have, but if it does like limit us in terms of kind of like being able to make good gameplay for you guys, then obviously we'll just have to wait on those mice coming in later. So let's see, so we have people wanting concepts drawn today. That sounds great because that opens up to more potential of exploration. I think that's probably the right area to go in for this. um, from Croatia, love the floating islands idea. Repainting seems cool as well. Yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot of old art that new players see, and it kind of like makes the game not look amazing. So I always like being able to kind of refresh that, and there's rarely a free moment to actually do that. My favorite type of cheese is like either really like nasty footy cheese that has like pungent flavor, like a good blue cheese. But I think my favorite is like um, kind of like those harder kind of cheeses that have like the crystals in them. Um, there's a bunch, but like I don't know that they always have like such awesome flavor and texture. Good with kind of like crackers and whatnot, or on its own. Um, Dumpling chef should drop dumpling cheese. I thought that he did. All right. Okay. Journal themes for old areas is actually an interesting idea. It could kind of like brings some extra interest. Plus, like a journal theme, you can kind of put behind more of like an achievement. So like you could complete an area and like move on. But if you wanted to kind of like earn the achievement, the little above and beyond, there could be like a fun, extra challenging thing to do to earn the journal theme. I like that idea. Floating Islands Viceroy Plus. I believe it is Archduke, I think. I might be wrong. Who made the concept of Bulwark of the Ascent? That mouse is evil, ruining my runs. That was my idea. I apologize. Yeah, it's an intended kind of challenge, but can be very frustrating. So, good luck. All right. There are very many women that play MouseHunt, yes. I don't have the stats, but it's very evenly divided from what I understand. All right. Please improve the drop rate in Slushy Shoreline. My candles don't work. Yeah, because it's based off of the mouse drop, so if they don't drop a lot. I think, is there like a cheese that people use there that gets better drop rate or something? I forget. It's been a while since I've been in there. Yeah. Sorry. All right. What happened to Plank Run's notes? I got lazy about it. I've kind of like always intended to kind of like go back and add more, and I just always kind of forget to kind of write more about it and just kind of develop that. It really should happen though, because underlying world building is kind of something that I'm into, and that's where you get some of it. Actually, quite a bit of it could come from that, so I'd like to do more. Yeah. You are pure evil. 10-step knockback. Ugh. Yeah, that's fair. But I did also make sure that you can't get knocked below the floor you're currently on. So in the first few runs, it's actually not too horrible, hopefully. Yeah, he's nasty. All right. Can we do more plank run today? If it was like an illustration, absolutely. If it's kind of like just writing on the fly, I'm not comfortable kind of like doing that. Plus, there's lots of stuff that I kind of want to already explore, but I just haven't done. I just need more editing and kind of like, a lot of back and forth writing, because that's how I do that very inefficiently. But yeah, I'm more comfortable just drawing or randomly spewing words. All right. Still possible to get the area miniature collectibles. Is that like from an event though? I don't remember. There was like the cruise, Carl's Cruise. I think there was like miniatures that you could get. Sorry, I can't answer that right now. All right. Oh, have a good flight, Brian. All right. Okay. Plank run. That's kind of drawing. I see. Okay, so they were from a cruise event, but they were not yet marked LE. I see. Yeah, maybe Michelle will bring that up with Giorgio or whoever to kind of like figure out if that needs to happen. I know that some items just kind of like end up in the kind of like I forget what we call it, but basically just kind of like no longer kind of like important section of the collectibles. Vintage? Was it vintage that we called it? There's a task to be looked at. Perfect. Thanks, Michelle. Awesome. Next event is Valentine's, I think. All right. Sorry, I'm just setting up my files. Oop. That didn't work. What did I just do? Clicked a thing and something bad happened. Everything working now? Okay. So I'm going to pop over here to my Photoshop window. So I'm over on my Cintiq now, or actually Huon. because my Cintiq died. Now I have something that's a quarter of the price, but still basically just as good. All right, so basically what I think we're going to go for is doing some just kind of concept sketches, especially probably a pragmatic choice, because if we end up kind of really shifting direction away from kind of like the current concept of the floating islands and it becomes totally different, I don't want to have too many kind of finished assets that we can't use for that release. But having concept built up would allow us to explore potential, and then maybe we could take stuff from that to the new idea if it ends up altering that much. But I suspect we'll be able to like really keep everything that we've done. So actually for concept, I'm gonna rotate it just so that I can kind of line up characters a little bit more. So what I was actually thinking would be fun to explore is more of the Sky Pirates, because I actually think that one of the concepts I'm working on has hopefully some merit. So I'm going to be pitching it to, next week, but it's going to involve a little bit more kind of like mini games with cool things like the Sky Pirates and stuff from the area. There will still be kind of like the power types throughout, but I think it might actually, at least what I'm kind of pitching, might be even more about kind of like special events, and less about kind of like a lot of kind of like this power type and that power type, and that actually helps reduce the scope potentially, because like if you're doing a kind of like tactical run through the kind of area, and you only kind of have so many actions you do, let's say, if a lot of the different kind of like power type runs share a lot of the same kind of mini games or whatever, we could kind of use those more often, not require like 60 power type mice minimum. So who knows, we'll see. But at any rate, concepting. So one thing that I need to try and kind of push myself to do more is just kind of like sketching silhouettes and trying to kind of like do more sketches. So the first thing that I want to try, like first character I want to try and explore, is one of the kind of like more boss-like Sky Pirates, perhaps. And I was thinking, what would be the most piratey mouse you could have? So if we had kind of like a mouse that was practically entirely beard, nothing but eye patches and peg legs, and hooks for paws. So just really kind of like trying to just get like a shape filled in, like not even trying to like render it out beyond that. But yeah, so let's see. Trying to focus on like the silhouette, the shapes, before details. Yeah, so if we have kind of like this super massive beard, and just like if I use a brush that's too big, then I can't help but just kind of like make it loose and sloppy. So I have like I suppose that like the shape isn't critical for this sketch here, because I'm not necessarily trying to find a composition and pose for the character, but more so like the shape overall of the character, like really kind of squished and wide, or like stretched and narrow kind of thing, to kind of like get a nice composition. It's a lot of the kind of posing portion of it. eye patch on each eye naturally. Actually, this would kind of like work well for like a flag where there's kind of like, you know, the whole pirate motif of kind of like the skull and crossbones, right? But if it's like, yeah. Alright, so eye sockets. The skull and two eye patches to kind of like show off who his crew is, or the captain of the crew or whatever. Well, this might just be like, you know, one of the tough pirates, or he's an old softie. And this is not like a mouse skull, so I would probably tweak this to be more mouse, which I think to do that, let's see, they kind of like come down more like that, and the eyes are actually kind of like more on the outsides, so you have like the nose kind of running down like that, and the eyes. That's technically more mouse skull, a little bit anyways. Alright. I was actually considering one of the like super secret hard rare to find islands would be like Ronza's Island, and for like 10 hunts you get to just loot gold like crazy. Didn't hear that from me. Alright, George, thanks for stopping in and saying hi though. Yeah, this pirate is a thick boy. Could be thicker though. One of the things that I'm kind of doing in this new year is I signed up for kind of some Schoolism subscription. It's like an online art school that I've learned a lot from. Do more of the kind of concept character stuff, and of course, you know, naturally one of the main things is trying to, you know, push the shapes. So kind of like for this character, just kind of building them out of simple shapes. And a lot of the time your shapes will actually kind of like express the character for you, you know, like soft round things are a little more gentle, and kind of like sharp, edgy, thin, kind of spindly, pointy, jagged things are a little more harsh and nasty. So but then also like squash and stretch, and trying to kind of like an interesting kind of rhythm between those things, and balance. So you know, like there's kind of like this whole rule of thirds, just to kind of simply put it, you know, you want to kind of have like big shapes, medium shapes, and small shapes, and try and kind of like put those with each other to kind of complement each other. If they're all kind of the same sizes, then you know it's not interesting. So can be pretty important to try and do that. So like for example, maybe if I kind of like tuck the waist up even higher, it kind of like makes an even thinner shape there. Of course, I need to try and make the actual anatomy work. So anatomy doesn't need to work always. Not in this game.
Not your art.
Not with my art. Mice are not of a relative size, nor does their anatomy matter. That's my game design philosophy. Oops. So basically, if I have like the beard taking most of the space, that kind of creates that big object, right? And then kind of like the belly maybe is kind of like medium volume compared to the beard, and also kind of like, you know, contrast in kind of values, you know, say your dark, medium, light kind of thing. So if I did kind of like the beard is light, and then maybe kind of the belly is dark, then his kind of trousers or whatever could be medium. Also, would he have just like a flock of seagulls on him? Maybe that adds to like the shape too. It's like could be kind of like hunched over under the weight of the birds. Also, how big would the birds be compared to him? So I think I'll put the shoulders like right up behind his head even, so he's like super hunched over. Okay, and then we can get like some frills coming off the backs of the hooks, because they certainly love their frilly shirts sometimes. The ruffles, very swashbuckling. Probably like a big old belt buckle there. So, I mean, we're getting too much detail, I think, for just trying to figure out some quick concepts, but there's one just kind of thrown on top bird. Okay, so there's a quick little kind of scribble of an idea. Yeah, I wanted to make it where it has two eye patches. A golden tooth. So that kind of works for, you know, like a flag design that could be somewhere perhaps. What else? Pirate Santa totally does. Thanks, Shoot Bird Guy. That's really cool that you like came back after 7 years, and I'm glad that like it is totally different from what it used to be. Because yeah, it's come a long way. I would say. So that's really cool. Feel free to like let me know what elements really kind of like brought you back and kind of like, you know, you found interesting enough to kind of keep you around, because that's the kind of stuff that I'd like to try and bring into future content and kind of just figure out better versions, or like what even you kind of like, this is why I got disinterested perhaps, and maybe I can, because one of the things we want to do is also look at the early game, because we don't take enough care of that, and try and kind of tune it up when we get the chance. And right now we might have a little bit of a chance. I've been playing around with some Tribal Isles kind of content. It's really, really rough, and honestly, we actually lose a majority of our players there because when we first created it, it was the end game, so we wanted it to be epic and grindy and just like you could just spend forever there and kind of like not reach your goals and stuff. So um, considering that's definitely not the case these days, I'm really kind of like I want to kind of give it like a nice clean HUD. I want to clean up the gameplay through it because it asks you to jump around like crazy. It's just a mess. So hopefully this year I can kind of like tweak that. But yeah, I'd love to hear more thoughts and honestly, if you guys have like more kind of like specific questions, details, stuff to share, you're always welcome to email me even at jacob@hitgrab.com because sometimes I don't always kind of like have the chance to answer everything that I want to. So, um, or I missed your question or something like that, and you can try and ask me, and I'll try and answer it with a little more kind of thought as opposed to just live response. But yeah, I like to try and kind of chat with the player base when I can. So, all right, yeah, double hook arms indeed. Lightning catcher pirate necessary. Sorry, I'm like jumping backwards in the chat now because I'm terrible at following it. I need to like have the chat up on my kind of like drawing window so that anytime it updates, I can kind of like see it in the corner of my eye. All right. Hmm. Yeah, I'm way behind in the chat. Nice. All right. See if it was still going. That's pretty cool. Yeah. No, it's awesome that like that is the story for a number of people is like, oh my God, this game is still going. Like it's probably still garbage, but then they kind of come in and it's like totally different. That's awesome. Seemed far too random, so you got disinterested in that. Didn't understand power and luck. That's also something that it's frustrating because like it's not clear, you know. One of the things we're wanting to do is like rebuild the engine because it's spaghetti code over so many years. Like the game's 11 years old and it has gotten kind of like one kind of workup since it was kind of first created, as I understand it. And so it's a big thing we want to do, but it's also like so much horsepower is required. Like we need the runway, we need the bandwidth, like all that. But it's like we desperately want to do that, but it's really hard to do. But yeah, so one of the things that would allow us to do is like cleaning up kind of like that luck and power kind of feedback. Um, and I actually like made my own kind of like when I prototyped out the kind of like concept stuff for Valor Rift, I actually built a kind of like the catch system in Unity, and I managed to like incorporate kind of like a catch rate estimator that gave you like a percentage per bit per mouse and stuff. But yeah, it would not be something we can just toss in. Be huge rework to do something like that. All right. Tribal Isles is your favorite area right now, besides the fungal cavern. Wow. Okay. Feel free to like share what you like about that, because I don't want to like, you know, just make assumptions because I played that forever ago, back when we were still in Burlington, um, and a lot has changed since then. So I'd be curious to see what you enjoy out of that, because a lot of people do like elements, but it's also very frustrating for a lot. Um, Community is a huge part of the longevity of the game. It is the reason why the game exists. We would not be here without the awesome community we have, and therefore it is my top priority to make sure that you guys are able to have a voice and be involved, because I think that everything that I do is thanks to you guys. So, I want to make sure you get to be a part of it. Since February 9th, 2009. Wow. Hmm. That's like a tough question, right? But it's something to consider for the future, right? Because it's the system, the platform, like what it is kind of a dated thing. I mean, albeit it works. There's like a lot of old games that kind of like still are going. There's RuneScape, and various other ones that are like impressive, kind of, and MouseHunt. We have done record stuff just this year, so it's pretty impressive. Um, but yeah, like at the same time, like is that something to kind of figure out? Because that would be, I would want to be able to work on this as just kind of like a thing that I'm a part of forever. I think it's amazing, and yeah, would it need to kind of eventually one day become MouseHunt 2.0? Who knows? Hard to know. Um, yeah, exactly. That's definitely. I think that the people that are here would not really accept that. Like all the progress that they've built, everything in the game is a huge journey that's literally over a decade old for them, and it's a big story. So if we were to do something like that, it would have to, bring that with it, and I think that's kind of a challenge. But something to think about. Who knows? I think that it's definitely. Uh, we'll see. We'll need to figure that out, but um, definitely not something that's kind of like in the cards currently. We haven't even discussed that. Um, let's see. All right, almost caught up on the chat, I guess. Hated the massive gap between tribal isles and not having enough points for the next part. Yeah, because there was like the Lord and Hero and Master or whatever the ranks were, where you like literally all you could do is like hunt the kind of like certain kind of groups until you finally could unlock the dragon and stuff. So yeah, I would potentially kind of like change that. I don't think it made a lot of sense. It did back then when it was the end game, but it's just kind of a weird barrier to kind of like continue the quest that you should be able to do. Um, yeah, I mean that would be what I would want to do. Like if we did a 2.0, carry the 1.0 into that just evolved system. But yeah, that'd be a lot. Case region is ridiculously grindy. Oh, that's fair. It is kind of designed as like an ever loopable grind. Um, so, it does depend on what you want to get out of it, I think. If you're going for the rib, that's going to be infinite grind fest potentially. It's a tough get. Um, and honestly, in the future, I have different kind of ideas for how to address the rib kind of challenge, making it a little bit more kind of feasible, but still having cool jackpot things. So hopefully we'll get to see that in the future. Kind of gonna try and put that into the floating islands, where it's less like absolute pain, but still awesome, amazing fun. We hope. Um, sure do not want to lose progress. Yeah. Yep, June 2010. Yeah. No, exactly. Like it would not work if we were to just be like, oh, this game is nothing, like on to the new. Like that would be a total failure. It would not work. We know that, and that's not like nothing. This literally 2.0 has not been discussed. It's not something that we're kind of working on at all. Um, just it was brought up in the chat, so I'm chatting. All right. Oh, thanks, Michelle. All right. See if I can finally catch up. Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the Kalgora's rib is kind of like uh, putting an unrealistic kind of like expectation of completionist to it, which, oops, maybe that was not kind of like the right way to handle that. If anything, having something of that rarity should be more kind of like on the collectible level as opposed to like best in game. So like a trap skin as opposed to trap would be kind of the way that I would probably want to handle that in the future. So it's kind of like you really still want to get that because, oh boy, it's unique and you are one of the only people that use it, or it sells on the market for a ridiculous amount because it's so rare. So either way, it's a win-win, but it also doesn't feel like a requirement. So, but then like the best in class would be kind of like you would kind of grind out the mats for it. Realistically, you know, like you would be able to do it after X number of runs, so it'd be a decent amount, but there would be like the chance of dropping a whole bunch of the resources randomly, which would be pretty rare, but like not kind of like a required thing to complete it. So I think that would be kind of the best way to handle it, at least just right now, anyways. All right. Oh, I see what you're saying about kind of like sharding the game where like you'd have New Game Plus kind of servers. That would be a lot to manage. And I don't know if a lot of people would be interested in that. Basically, reworking old areas is not an issue, you know, because we take areas that have no gameplay and add in some gameplay without making it where it's like new players have to go back and absolutely do the whole thing all the way through. They'll probably be able to jump back, have some resources, or just crush it super quick and easy if there is a new mouse to find. Yeah. All right, all right. Let's see. I am supposed to be doing art as it goes. All right. Exactly, yeah. No matter how rare a trap is, it will be reviewed as a requirement. That's true. Like, even if it's like 100 points better or the same stats, it's kind of like, gotta get it. But if it's a trap skin, hopefully that would feel a little more kind of like, well, I really want it, but like, I can move on to the next area and not feel like I have to be locked in. Maybe, you know, maybe I'm wrong about that impression. That's kind of how I see it, where the cosmetic elements are the ones that are like the super rare, kind of like really hard to get. So, you know, hopefully it wouldn't feel like a requirement to complete the area. Feel free to share your thoughts on that. All right, I'm going to do some more drawing. So I like this kind of concept of the like too much beard mouse. So I'm going to try out just different shapes. Oh yeah. I'm going to go on break for just a few short minutes because I actually have laundry in the dryer that I need to pull out really quick. So I'm not that neighbor that just kind of leaves their stuff in the laundry machines. So I'll just kind of quickly try and figure out this scribble. What is this pose? Who knows? Okay, I'm not into that pose. Not working for me. Okay. So I want to maybe try doing like even more extreme kind of shapes, like Creature Box has like some really kind of great style that I've always liked and could never really emulate well, where it's just like super extreme, kind of like they'll have like really big thick things and then they like go into like super long spindly kind of shapes. Look it up, it's good stuff. All right. Well, this is not anything, so I'm just tipping his cap. Yeah, okay. Not working, but it's a concept, I guess. a fashionable pirate. I don't want to search. Okay, apparently this is just still going. So now I'm just having fun with it. Okay, and then I would even maybe bring the hips forward even more. Kind of like really push that, kind of lean back. That's a bad liquefy tool. So jealous of other cool programs that actually like have good tools for that stuff. Photoshop's liquefy is bad. It'd work for sketches though, because I can use it with just one layer, but I also have to pull up a window to do that. Done. Okay, that turned into something that I enjoy. All right, I'm gonna be right back. Just gonna be like 5 minutes. So see you in a minute or 5. All right, don't go anywhere. BRB. hit him. I return. Okay, so laundry has been gotten. Let's see, what have I missed in the chat? Scrolling back up. Talking about new areas that got updated, or old areas that got updated. Oh yeah, if you're not a part of the MouseHunt Discord, it's pretty active. You can get some pretty immediate assistance there. Good place. Yeah, some of the guides, the MouseHunt guides for early areas are outdated because of the updates we've done in the past. Hopefully, with kind of like revamping the early game, it kind of like removes the necessity to have a play guide to kind of get through it. It's nice for min-maxing, kind of like, oh, get this trap, go here if you have this much money, etc. That can be handy. But yeah, it should be kind of the way that the game gets reworked to kind of, just allow you to kind of like play in game without having to go to the wiki to figure out what you're supposed to do. The HUDs should help with that flow a lot, and just kind of better, more interesting, fun design too. Definitely one of the things I want to do to kind of like old areas is remove the need to kind of like, get really weird random crafting stuff from shops in a different location to bring back there to kind of like use to, make the cheese you need to get that. Is a lot of kind of like unnecessary kind of like frustration elements. So hoping to remove that. Let's see, what else? Oh yeah, the bazaar. Like, almost no point to that location. It was back when we had travel cost and we only wanted to put limited shops in places. We're like, oh, okay, we'll have this place be the shop for these surrounding regions. So you have to strategically kind of like get a big enough, pile of cheese and then go to the location, do your stuff. And if you need to like craft stuff, oh no, now you have to like choose to return and buy it. But like, since traveling is free and crafting is just annoying in a lot of like the early game cases, yeah, that's stuff I want to kind of be rid of. Yeah, I don't miss travel costs. It added a layer of strategy when there wasn't enough gameplay that existed. Also, like, just kind of like early game, it was a choice. Late game, like, it was just interference. So yeah, lots to kind of clean up, I would say. There's some elements that I like about crafting, but a lot of it I think could be just a better system that still has a lot of interest to it. Like, one of the coolest things out of it was when we release new hidden recipes and the player base gets to try and explore it and figure it out. But that's kind of like almost like a one-time cool thing. It'd be better almost for like a limited event or something where that's kind of like something that comes out and people have to figure it out before it goes away. Whereas permanent content, it's kind of like, well, it's really exciting when it comes out and I love that, but after a while it kind of like, well, everyone will know the recipe, and so it's not too like, it doesn't add a lot beyond that. So I don't know, something to think about. And yeah, like, when we use crafting is like, kind of quite random too. Yeah, it was definitely early game stuff that we had it, because we didn't have kind of like the ideas to kind of like have HUDs where you can do all that stuff in the HUD, and it just kind of makes that smoother. I like crafting kind of like trap components together, but also we really hid a lot of kind of recipes and kind of like made it really hard to know what you're supposed to do, how to do things. You had to go to the wiki to make the trap you needed that you didn't even know existed, that kind of thing. I think that needs to do better. It's a different game. Why aren't the traps / mice animated? Would be cool to see endgame traps in action when you catch a mouse. It would actually be pretty rad. It's kind of mainly just the extra work it would take. To create a base trap is like 1 to 2 days. To have that animated would potentially turn that into a full week. And also, the system that we structured this all on is kind of like originally browser based, and kind of like inserting animations into just kind of like browser windows wasn't something that we could just do super easily. We actually did figure out a way to do it. Not all browsers support it. And then if you're like using it on your phone and stuff like that. So there's things to consider. I've actually done experiments with it for boss mice. That might be a thing that I push for in the future because it's pretty cool. It's fun. It's a heck of a lot more work is the main thing. If we were to kind of like try to animate a lot of stuff, that would instantly cut down on our production by like, a huge amount. So if we ever did it, it would only be a few things. So so far we haven't kind of like been like, we're going to commit to this, because if we do it, then it's like, well, now there's going to be an expectation, and if it was actually not worth that effort, then oops. But yeah, it's a lot of work is the main thing. But something I have experimented with. I think it's cool. One thing we're considering is having an optional kind of like, if you've played the mobile version, when you sound the horn, you have kind of like a quick little trap animation. The trap itself doesn't animate, but like it slides across, and then it shows you your mouse that you caught, and like loot, stuff like that. We were considering maybe bringing something like that to the browser version, but totally optional. Like you can disable it if you just want insta hunt and just look down in the journal to see what you got, because a lot of the gameplay is in the HUD itself. So when you sound the horn, you're looking at the HUD to see how that updates, and then you'll also kind of like look in your journal, see what you caught if they had loot. But it would be fun if there was kind of like pop up that's not just kind of your first time catch or 100th catch or whatnot. So these are all very kind of loosely, we've discussed some vague elements of these, but yeah, part of it is like, well, we need to evolve the game to keep it alive and with interest. So there are things to kind of figure out, I think, and hopefully over the next few years we can kind of amp up our like internal kind of ability to kind of do that stuff, more efficient systems, and kind of like getting the right people in the right places to be able to do that stuff, because I want the whole game to evolve, not just kind of only releasing, oh, this is the latest area, and never being able to kind of go back and clean up previous stuff. So that's where I sit on it anyways. I don't know how aligned I am with everybody else, but it's a priority for me and has been for years. It's just not something we get to manage as easily. So that character is kind of fun. What else shall we create? Yeah, the in-app animation disabled because you just want an instant catch. That's fair. I mean, I feel like that would be the case if we brought it to browser. A lot of the old school players would just turn it off and never turn it back on. But then like new players that come to the app, they'd be like, this is what I'm used to. So they'd kind of keep it, and then they get to see the art of the characters more. Because that's one of the things also, it's kind of like, well, we put a lot of work into these really nice looking characters, but do you really see them? I mean, I'm sure when you first go to the areas and you kind of like are hunting them the first time and you kind of like see a new mouse, obviously it pops up then. But like beyond that, you might not kind of like go and like, I don't know, probably a lot of people actually like look through it, but like mostly you just see the thumbnails, right? That's kind of who the character is that thumbnail. And bringing that kind of like, your hunt or your trap is, you know, about to go off, and kind of like there's a moment of anticipation of if it caught or not. It might add something for some people, so it's something we might explore. I think it would be worth trying it out, especially if you can just turn it off. Don't want this. Don't worry about it. All right, so we could also kind of like go all over the board. So we could have kind of like, well, we have some draconic mice in the region, especially since it's currently like a floating world up here. So instead of kind of a beard, maybe they have like the dragon whiskers, but other piratey elements. And again, I'm just trying to work with brushes that don't give me the amount of control I want, because then I'll end up with kind of like happy accidents potentially. Yeah. That's the goal. I was watching. We got like Schoolism subscriptions, and Craig Mullins, the like basically first ever digital painter, he put up a new series. This one he just actually records him making an image, whereas this class it was kind of like a little harder. This one, like he was like, this is my process, which is what everybody wants, and he literally like takes an old painting of his and uses like a giant section of it as a brush. So he just like takes a square of a painting and paints a new painting with it. It's so messy and like horrifying to watch, but it allows him to do a lot of happy accidents. So it's interesting. Just to put it out there, how messy some people work to start, especially with like concepting stuff. Like the idea that like a lot of people will kind of like draw where they can barely even see it with like thick brush, so that they can just kind of like really only focus on kind of like the shapes of things and nothing else is definitely also kind of like a trick. So like you can probably barely even see this, but and it's probably better for like maybe like composition and landscape kind of thing. You're like looking at your kind of negative space and not so much kind of necessarily like a character design, but you know, probably has some merit. Actually, like other, like there's so many different things to do when you're concepting. This is obviously one of them. Another one that could be pretty useful is just kind of limiting yourself to like 2 minutes a sketch or something like that, and you just have to put something down on the page, and you have to do like 16 of them or something like that. So with the time limit, it forces you to kind of like really quickly scribble it down. It could even be like 30 seconds or something if you wanted to kind of like push it. And then you even have kind of like, oh, within 10 minutes I will have X amount of kind of ideas, and if any of those work, cool, next phase. So that's kind of a nice little trick. Maybe we'll actually even try that. So I have a little timer. Let's see, where are you? So this I normally use for my lunch break to kind of like be aware of kind of when I need to return by, and so the audience can kind of see, oh, okay, he still has 10 minutes left before lunch is over, so you know when you need to come back. But let's just set this up for 2 minutes, so it's going. As soon as I like enter the Photoshop window, it's going to be hidden, so I'll just have it on my screen where I can see it. But like, all right, so limited to 2 minutes, and I already started the clock, so I'll just continue this one. But maybe this guy has just like a giant mall, and just kind of going to bring it down, and like they have kind of a cannon under their arm, because apparently everyone has to have a cannon under their arm here. I think I've drawn like 3 different characters that have that. 1 minute left. So just trying to like really loosely get this gesture in here. Actually, I don't like that enough. So I want the kind of energy to come from the shoulder, twisting through the body. Have this leg kind of coming at us, and this one going away from us. Then I want to have that kind of weightiness to the character. And then they just have like a beard blowing in the wind. Because apparently that's the theme I need to try and get to work today. A lot of them have kind of piratey stripes and buckles and stuff. And the slops. Oh, time expired. I didn't notice because I don't have my headphones on. Alright, I went 20 seconds over the limit there. Alright. Next one. So let's try... We've done kind of like thicker bearded. So maybe we need to do something different. So start up a new timer, 2 minutes, go. And actually this might give me a good excuse to look at the chat in between each sketch. So I think I want to kind of do like an elongated character. What would they be doing? They could just be like coiling some rope up, even. They're just kind of a deckhand or something. But like, they're also kitted out to the nines or something. We'll also want to try like a cutesy character too. So 40 seconds left on this one. I should just draw these even smaller, to be honest. Yeah, like they could just have scimitars and falchions and kind of blades all over. Why not? I'm just kind of walking, coiling up a rope, getting ready to board you. Maybe it's even like a grappling hook. Alright, timer is done. And start a new one. Actually, you know what, I'll catch up on the chat and then start my next one. Okay, let's see. Boy, I think I missed a lot of chat. Okay, so let's see, where was I? Reading about Queso Canyon stuff still. Can we just replace the art edition with laundry folding edition? That is something that I won't get to do. Gonna have some good wrinkly laundry. Yeah, normally I do it like on Thursdays, but I forgot. We just had too much, so I had to do it. All right. Should be a beefy girl. I agree. More beefy ladies. That'll be the next one I do. A strong woman. All right. Mingles for names. Get best strap. Yeah. Okay, so that all the way back, talking about mountains. Bizarre. Okay, so I did talk about that. Old school crafting was fun. Almost never used a recipe book. Travel costs. Okay, so I'm not crazy far behind. I just missed a few messages when I was skimming. Animated. Okay, yeah. So not actually far behind at all. Okay, okay. Yeah. Yes, Alex. The mouse in the upper left does have 2 parrots, 2 hook hands, 2 eye patches, 2 peg legs, too much beard. Neighboring nation to Narnia. An interesting prospect. I like it. All right, starting a timer. Okay, so I want like the Zarya mouse, just like a wonderful beefy woman to hold me. Trying to think of like what I want her to be doing. Just like tying another mouse in a pretzel is what came into mind. Just ready to draw like the daintiest sword. That would actually be pretty like neat for the shape language if there's just kind of like super huge kind of like forearms going down to this kind of like tiny little sword that she just almost like pinches with her fingers. Just the kind of okay. Meh. I don't know if that one is as good as I want. I'll try that again. All right, so new timer. Start. So again, I'll try drawing even smaller than I like right now. I'm just kind of filling the space, and I really should just leave more room because I limit myself when I like fill the space. See, now I'm just kind of like, oh, I can expand to the sides even more. That sounds great. Time to fill the space. So yeah, I think that you need to kind of. All right, so I want her to have like a super wide stance. Just kind of like, come at me, bro. And just like big swords. part of the challenge is I want to kind of like give mess up the movie. I want to give like normally it's not a concern to kind of like have gender representation on a character. Like a lot of them actually draw with the intention of being kind of, you know, unspecific about it. But I kind of want to, you know, like every once in a while, I want to try and kind of like make a nice kind of like feminine or super kind of masculine character, I guess. So the timer is gone now. Okay, close and new one. And yeah, for this one, I want, like, this doesn't kind of feel feminine. I want to kind of give more of that without it being like, you know, cliched kind of, you know, just gender kind of conforming way to do it. I guess more so, let's see, perhaps just more of an hourglass figure that's kind of more noticeable, but still huge guns, big arms, will punch everybody in the face. Wonderful personality. So yeah, just trying to like get a nice range of characters is the thing. But yeah, most of the time I definitely prefer to make kind of genderless characters because it's a construct in the first place. Social construct. All right. Let's see. Yeah, androgynous mice is where I prefer to make them. Yeah, just like higher waist perhaps on this character. And again, like, I'm not going to get good gestures by doing kind of quick 2-minute scribbles, but it's just to try and kind of capture an idea or like find something by accident kind of thing. So any of the things that come out of here are going to be severely reworked. So the timer is done on that one, but I'm going to give this one a little bit more time. So I'm not absolutely despising it. I think the high waist is not a bad thing for her. And this arm, I just want her like kind of doing the like come and duel me fool kind of gesture. So like raising her arm and kind of beckoning a challenger. too far out there. Shorten that a bit. So I think I'm gonna work on this one a few rounds, just because I think, yeah, we actually, like, I've definitely kind of created quite a few Stronk lady mice, because they're awesome, but I feel like we can always have more. Okay, I'm gonna zoom in a little bit more, and right now this pose is kind of interesting. Doesn't necessarily feel kind of sky pirate yet, but it's one of those things that, you know, I feel like a part of it's working, so I'm just going to continue it until either it stops working or I figure out how to make it work even better to the specifications that I need. So that's not quite a kind of like get over here, like, come on. So maybe like fingers down and up and thumbs forward, kind of that motion. So I think I need maybe that. That looks a little bit more kind of like a come over here gesture. Alternately, she could just be pointing, just kind of like you. So let's actually try that out. Where she's just like calling out her target. Although now I think of it, I feel like, did the Cannoneer kind of character that I created before point like that? Yep. Yep, she did. Okay. Let's see. So, I don't know if you've... I feel like we kind of worked on this together. Oh boy, that's really dark. I need to lighten that up. It's like not reading very well, and her face is kind of wonky. Yeah, I think I'm gonna tune that up. But yeah, she's kind of like commanding, like, shoot that. So it's not quite the same thing, but probably too similar. So I like the like come and challenge me, fool kind of look to it. So let's go with that. All right. So I'll give her legs a little bit more room. It's like, should she have an eye patch or peg legs? Probably. How many parrots? How many eye patches? Maybe she just like has her bird fly her over to like board her opponents. Okay, so the stance of the feet doesn't feel like they're kind of holding a kind of ready pose. Don't want her to be kind of just walking necessarily. Thanks. Parrot with an eye patch too. Style points. Oh, you're right. Sorry, I just had to message Lauren. Okay, sorry, just had to sort out a thing. All right. Double eye patch, yay, nay? She will duel you. Maybe her bird can only see through the one eye and calls out the shots. Or she's just that good. I think she's just that good. All right, sorry about that. Where am I? Is the parrot small or the mouse big? I think in this case it's the mouse is big, but like we're like so inconsistent when it comes to kind of relative sizes of things. Usually the answer is I just kind of ignore the question and pretend like it doesn't matter. I think I want to give her those like poof sleeves because they're just fun. Oh, and then there could be like, so she'd be wearing like a leather jerkin that the bird can kind of like perch on comfortably. And then so there's like the fabric sleeves that separate the kind of arms. Okay, I'm starting to see this character, so that's kind of one of the things about how I work that I don't know if a lot of people understand. I think a lot of people have this idea that an artist can kind of just picture an image in their mind and kind of create that just by thinking about it. And that's actually extremely difficult, at least for me. I know some people who can do that, where they can just kind of like picture it and see it in their head and they know what they want to draw. But for me, I actually don't see it. I only have kind of an idea, less visual, more thought. And I just have to actually kind of scribble and search around until something kind of resonates that like starts to kind of show me more ideas based off of what I can actually see. So I don't think it's like I think most people are probably actually more like this, but yeah, a lot of people I've talked to, they think that it's, you know, because they're not artists necessarily, they assume that like all artists just work that way. But yeah, it's definitely, for me at least, I have to actually like draw something out to be able to see it properly. I can't just kind of visualize a lot in my head. Like I can visualize stuff, but I can't just necessarily explore the imagery of it very easily. It's much faster, much easier to actually kind of like have a really loose concept, just a thought, and then kind of like scribble around that until something starts to kind of come together visually, and then I can kind of actually work with that to turn it into something that I like. Which is why I kind of like happy accidents can be really good for someone like me when I find them, where I'm like scribbling loosely and something kind of like really sloppy ends up looking like something interesting. I can kind of work with that because it's an unexpected design that I didn't intend. Therefore, happy accident. Right. Yeah, you can kind of like build processes in your flow to kind of like try and develop those, which is basically what the whole kind of loose scribbling is about, and forcing yourself to kind of like work things quickly. And so as you saw, I just kind of did like 2-minute scribbles, and you know, some of them were kind of like, oh, that's kind of fun, you know, like I don't hate it, but it wasn't until this one where I was like, okay, I actually see something in this that I want to explore. You know, something visually is working, conceptually, all that. So now I'm actually kind of spending the time to kind of like try and refine what it is that I saw in it. But yeah, like an image like this, there's no way I could just kind of summon this in my mind. I don't have that kind of visual cortex. And it could be something that people have to train to get good at, but I suppose my flow has never kind of needed it to work that way, which is partially why I think when I kind of just have a blank page and no direction, I just can't I can't do anything with it. I can't just kind of like sit down and just draw unless I know what I'm trying to draw. Like when I try and work on my own personal art, I just have no idea where to start. But with something like this, it's like, okay, well, I know I need to kind of like fit this theme, so I just kind of think about what elements work in that theme. So like the whole floating islands thing, I really want there to be this group of like marauding pirate mice that kind of like board your ship. Just because I think that that's fun. But like I don't see what any of them look like, I just like the concept. So now I just kind of like explore that space until I find someone that works. So I'm going to make her a little bit shorter, give her nice kind of thick legs. She is holding up a massive bird on her shoulder, and though its bones are hollow, she needs to be strong. I also might, what do you think? Tiny sword, big sword? I feel like it could be fun if she has like a big sword. Like I like the juxtaposition of tiny sword. Let's see. Give those kind of like, they're those like, similar to the shoulders, there's like a kind of like clothing form where you have darts, like I think it's like box darts kind of sewn internally, and then they kind of open up and allow for kind of like, you know, whatever the dart was sewn out of to kind of show through and expand that area. So like there'd be like a different color slit for where the fabric opens up. I think I want that for kind of like the leggings. Just kind of fun style, perhaps. Yeah, like a buster sword. Okay. Yeah, I like the bird being pretty big. I actually think I'll make the bird even bigger. Like, what if? Because we need to kind of like balance shapes and try and think of that. You know, you have your big, medium, and smalls. So what if instead of the mouse being big and the bird being medium, what if bird big? Actually, I'm going to cut the bird out onto a different layer now that I'm kind of developing this piece. So put you there. Bird big. Big bird. No small. Sword medium? Something like that. Let's try it. Let's see where this goes. But actually, I think this is really fun. Just absolutely massive. Would crush any other mouse. But this also would allow her to like have the bird kind of like fly her onto the enemy ships, because that's cool. All right, so if we want her to be small, she would need to be like even smaller, I think, just to kind of get that. That might be at the boundaries of how small she needs to be. But I want like the bird to be like 3 times as big as her, right? And now she's just like, come at me, bro. And they're just like, no, you have like a huge bird that will just eat me resting on your shoulders, so I'm good. Pass. So that's fun. Right, so let's just smush that around. Blur tool can be handy if you just want to kind of wipe away edges. Without having to get too specific with cleaning the design. Gotta rotate the tail up even more, actually. Have it just so the hand is kind of cropping or kind of breaking that silhouette, perhaps. Should be down. This does kind of signify it's sitting on her, so that works. Yeah. All right. Okay, that's not bird stuff there. Oh, it's selected. That's why. It's like, why can't I erase these bits? Dragon riding humans. That's small stuff. Here we have a big bird riding a mouse. Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm enjoying this character concept. It's fun. I might actually put her back to pointing because now she's just like, bird, go get that. Eat him. Mess him up. So would it be like right in the middle and like a foot on each shoulder probably? Or does she literally have it resting on one arm? Oh, that's actually kind of cool. She's like literally holding up the bird with just her shoulder. Yeah, even stronger. All right. All right. I'm going to duplicate this just to keep it around in case I decide to go back. But yeah, so this arm. So instead of just kind of resting on her sword, what I'm going to do, okay, I'm going to actually get rid of this hand too. So I'm going to shift, well, I guess that already worked. So her weight is going to be like, her shoulder is going to be dipped down that way, right? Because the weight of the bird is pulling it down. So that arm might actually remain fine because it was already kind of raised. And then this hip is raised too to counter that. So her spine is bending, right? A lot of the weight is on this leg, which is pushing up this hip, pulling down this side, bending the spine, all that. So cool. All right. But this arm is going to be like extended out. But like she's just holding a fist. Yeah. All right. I'm going to bend it here to show her like activating the muscles to do this. Okay. We can bring this arm in more, I think. I also like the idea of like really, really thick shoulders that kind of come to a point. All right, so arm out, but like elbow bent a bit more, I think. So big shoulder power. This is going to dip quite a bit. I think I might even kind of like shift her torso even more to kind of show how much weight is bearing down on her. Sorry if this is kind of messing the image. I'll have to kind of redraw some of it. Alas, that's how it goes. Yeah. So then maybe her arm is like, her hand is here kind of thing. Also, we're going to go on lunch break in about 10 minutes. So it'll be 1 o'clock and we'll go on an hour break. In which case we can kind of decide to do more concepting or actually just keep working on this character. Personally, I'm feeling this character. I'm enjoying where she's going. I think I need to kind of like fix some stuff, but so far it's fun. So let's actually give it a flip. We haven't done that. All the way over here. So we can see kind of like how the weight is distributed when we flip it. So what I think I'll actually do is dip this leg here on the left even lower, and like I really want to show how much kind of she's putting onto this side of her body. So like this bird is just crushing down with all of its girth. And I think I'll twist the hips in like this. Kind of do that a bit more. So like her weight distribution is like further below the bird. I might even twist her upper body more too. Yeah, I think I'll do that. So this hip is just kind of confusing right now. Yeah, so I want almost like this side of the body to be like stretched and this side of the body to be like squished to show that kind of like the bend in the torso, right? So if I kind of rotate the torso even more. I actually think I need to bring the bird with it, potentially. Let's just merge them. This is how I do. Okay, so if I bend or I twist the whole thing, or maybe leave like that, and then twist just the upper body. Let's see what this does. Actually, I'll just move the pivot point. Don't know why the undo is not working. Okay. So I can like stretch her left, or the left side of this, and squash the right side. Again, you know, squash and stretch, such an important part of kind of like creating an interesting look to a character, you know, like not even just a character, but like the scene, you know, you need to kind of like have interesting contrast. So squashing and stretching is one of those elements. Size, you know, like giant bird, medium-sized mouse. Honestly, technically I should probably make the mouse even smaller to like really kind of captivate that interaction of the sizes. So let's just try that, see what it does. It's gonna mess with the bird a little bit, but whatever, we're just doing concept stuff right now. So like, we're getting pretty small here where like the full render of the character might, you know, kind of like get lost. think I need to tilt the bird upwards as well, actually. Rotate it upright again. So like that, perhaps. Although, I do still want it on that arm specifically. Yeah. Alright. So let's kind of smush that back together. Yeah, so like she can be literally holding on to a talon. Yeah, that's cool. So its feet are just like huge. Like she's just like, I got you, bro. Holding up this huge bird. So I feel like maybe the bend in the torso can be more visually kind of shown. So like if the top part of this is kind of leaning, and then maybe there's some kind of wrinkles. Yeah, I really want there to be this kind of like weight to the leg. So when you have kind of like muscles doing stuff, if you're, let's say this is like your hips and your I don't remember the names of bones, but like this is kind of like, you know, the shin, this is the kind of thigh bones, your hip. If this leg here is trying to like hold up the body and keep its leg engaged, it's going to be activating the muscle on top here mostly. So what I'm going to want to show is like this muscle activated by having it kind of come up like that. And then the underside, to contrast that, having it kind of flattened out. Whereas this side, it would be more like the back muscle here is like pulling to kind of like bring this foot out, you know, because this muscle kind of pulls on the heel there. I guess technically the bone's probably out here. It pulls this up on this kind of pivot to try and kind of extend this leg down. So this muscle on this side would be engaged, right? So then this side, you know, just design-wise, you want to kind of like have them contrasting each other, and it makes it a little more interesting. But it also helps tell kind of the story, what's going on. So before I had kind of like a thick jerkin kind of over top of that, but I think if I like really pump up her legs and like kind of just have one big shape here to kind of show that, that'll tell even more about what's going on here. So the underside flat, right? Top side kind of engaged, and it's really kind of crushed up against the torso here, whereas this side is stretched out and kind of like it's not quite there, but we're going to play with this and get it. And also, like, due to kind of like the physical volumes of the elements of this character, I like kind of like the base of things being wider than where it gets to. So like the hips being crazy wide, but then, you know, going down to kind of like more proportioned sizes. Let's see, so this one be engaged. And I don't know, I did like the shapes I had going just recently, and I might have just kind of messed with those a bit too much. We'll see if they recover. So right now I'm not getting like a good stretch on this side of the body. Also, I want to show these kind of like the hips a little bit better. The kind of like waist coming in a little bit more. Now I'm kind of losing that, so I might actually undo a bunch, see if I get that feeling back, but see if I can capture it again. Alright, so I'll have the jerkin kind of coming over top to help show what direction things are going in. So since it's on top of a bent leg here, also like proportions, I think I need to move this leg up significantly because that just feels way too long for what's going on. Yeah, we'll see. I'll get it back. Maybe. So I haven't seen the chat in a while. Alright. It's getting warm with this sun. It's always so sunny the days that I stream. Okay, so that is my lunch alarm. Eat lunch. But not quite happy leaving it right here. So let's see, what did the legs felt? Yeah, I like the leg better here. I'm gonna see if I can just steal that. Copy. Oop. Need to be on the correct layer to copy what I need. Paste. So I'm gonna try to recapture that a bit. Will it be steampunky? That's a good question. We do have a lot of steampunk elements. Let's see what I did for the other Sky Pirate. So some of the power types are very steampunky, like tactical and law. I had pretty steampunky. So let me pull those up. It was like, this was a tactical guy. He's like, tactical is like pure steampunk. Like they're inventors who kind of create flying machines to get around the floating islands, right? And then the law ones are very steampunky because they steal the technology from the tactical characters and repurpose them to be nefarious and, you know, weaponized or something. So that's kind of the concept that I have going for that. And then a lot of the other ones are kind of like a little bit of steampunk. Since the pirates currently, conceptually, sit outside of the power types, specifically like those islands, although like again the mechanics are not set in that direction necessarily, so that might change. I think if anything there would just be like elements of steampunk. Actually, her arm needs to be bigger, I think. Maybe her bird arm needs to be smaller, or the legs are too big. I think I need to flip it. Yeah, I'm gonna flip it. Always good to flip it, even when you don't think you need to. Gives you a fresh perspective. Okay, so she's definitely getting some good compression from the torso. The legs are feeling off. That's what I'm getting out of this. Not that I didn't not see that before. I just always kind of felt a little bad. All right, so I'm going to bring her leg out even more to be under the bird. And then this one just needs to shrink. Yeah, so I think they'll have some steampunk to them, but like not a huge amount. I think I just like the kind of like more Victorian style garb, fancy pirates. And due to the weight of the bird, I feel like the legs are going to be kind of like below the bird more than herself to try and keep balanced. Although this tail will probably have way out to the side too. So both her tail and the mouse's tail are trying to keep the balance. I think that means that I'm going to shift the direction of the leg too. So instead of it kind of turned out, it can be kind of turned towards us. Yeah, I think that'll be good. And then I'll go on break. So I like this leg kind of pointing more straight down than the other one, which is like trying to get under the bird and hold it up. This one's like just kind of keeping balance. So it's okay. This might work for keeping that kind of that hip shape that I wanted. So kind of more like that, and the toes are kind of turned more in. Although now she just looks like she's just smushed all around. I don't want her to feel like she's being crushed by this thing. So if anything, I want just this part to be crushed, and then everything else to feel nice and kind of lengthy and stretched. So let's just try grabbing all that, sans that and that, and see if we can just It's a lot that kind of is close, but it's just enough off that I'm kind of bothered by it. So yeah, we might have to go on lunch and try and tackle this with fresh eyes. Okay, I'll even yeah, and I have some Lunar New Year goodies from Larry to give out after the break, so you'll want to stick around for when I return. She almost got like Mega Man legs right now. Okay, yeah, I think I need to like tweak it, but it's getting there. All right. All right. So let's do the lunch thing that I keep saying. Ooh, thank you. Hey, nice. Haha. Alex got me like the best mocha in the city. Thank you very much. We do, yeah. I was like, oh no, we're gonna be out today. Awesome. Okay, well, with that, I'm gonna go on lunch, and I'll put up the timer so you guys know when I will return. But when we do, we'll fix this, make it look even cooler, and I don't know, I feel like I just want to take this further, so I might start adding some color and stuff. I've probably missed a lot of the chat, to be honest, so I haven't looked at it in a while. Let me just see if there's anything I need to kind of like respond to quickly before I go. Okay, yeah, definitely the shoulder is like way more cool. Oh, I like that. Okay, yeah, like holding the sword and pointing that. That's even better. Yeah. Because I mean, even if all the characters are like screaming charge, that is what I want the feeling to be. So, got those strong pumpkin shoulders. Yeah. All right. Uh, two eye patches. Currently, yes. Heck yes. Um, the big bird having a little bird on its shoulder. If it wasn't like MouseHunt the game, and it was just like fun, silly characters the game, I would do that in a heartbeat. But I don't want to get too crazy with like the different animals. We've done birds before. The Warpath has kind of the one of the cavalry ones riding a bird, and another is like riding like a lizard thing. So I'm okay with that. Will there be background for these mice? No, I don't think so. Generally, we reserve that for the Rift mice and maybe some bosses. But if this character ends up being like the boss of the pirates, I wouldn't be opposed to it. Mm-hmm. All right. Three toes and a thumb. Okay. Can do that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, okay, okay. So let's see. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I think she would be kind of like you might need some good cheese to encounter this one, and she'd have kind of like cool rewards on her or something. Um, but we shall see. This is total speculation. Might not even end up in the game, depending. Um, but I certainly hope she does because she is fun. And also, like maybe we'll actually get to bring out the gang boss that we created way back when um, for the what's the name of it? Wild West Place. I can't think of it. Clawshot, Clawshot City. Um, but okay, so enough jabbering. I'm gonna go on break, and I shall see you in 1 hour. So until then. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back. Lunch is over. I failed to eat anything. Just drank a lot of coffee and watched video game cutscenes. It's a good life. That's true. These are important things. Alright, so where we left off, we were kind of fighting this gesture a little bit, and I think we'll just kind of keep at it, because I like the direction this is going in. I just need to kind of like try out some things. We can get it to work. Let me just pull the chat back. Need a 6-fingered mouse, yes. Yes. My name is Nico Montoya. Alright. Let's see, did I miss any chat? Yeah, so extra toe on the burb. Fair enough. I like the idea of her holding the sword out. Too cool to be an ordinary mouse. And good point on some of the geyser mice having backdrops. The steam ones and the eruption ones did have backdrops. The cork ones I don't think did, but I think we were like, you know what, we don't need to be beholden to that kind of like no backdrop rule. So yeah, I think internally we can discuss that to see if that's a direction we do want to go, because it does add a little extra time per piece, and this area is going to be potentially like 80 new mice, and we have kind of like probably around 20 done. So we would have to go back and add in backdrops if we want, but I'm certainly not opposed to such a direction. Okay, so the legs, they seem like, I feel like they were working better before. Somewhere in between, so I might either kind of pull these and just plop them on top to redo, or actually let me duplicate this and let's just see if I can just slap this on top. I'll shrink it down a little. So if I just kind of like paste this over top, will it do what I want? Wrong layer. Okay, so maybe I want to move this a little bit and merge that down. So we have this version where the legs are a little more under the mouse and bird, which I think balances it. I just feel like it's off a little. And then the pasted version here where there's just a little bit more volume in the legs that I feel was working. So I think I need to just get somewhere in between the two. So maybe if I just kind of shift this out a bit, and I think the front leg, the one that's coming at us, just needs to kind of be adjusted a little more. Maybe actually if these legs are kind of brought out more so that she's kind of like leaning under the weight a bit more, that might actually work. And I can kind of like have this compressed a bit more. So like, another way to kind of like work up a piece like this is when I've kind of gotten a loose enough gesture that I like, I could start a new layer on top of that and kind of fade out the sketch version, and then try and kind of like draw over that with finer lines that kind of, so if I have like really thick kind of lines here, I don't know exactly where the edge of the leg is. Is it right at the edge of this? Is it in a little? Lets you kind of like refine that a bit more. And while preserving that gesture that kind of has the activity that was working. So yeah, these legs, I'm not as happy with those. So I think I will work with this. But this leg doesn't work for me now. So maybe I can, if I just chop this off. And sometimes just completely redrawing a part is the way to go, especially when you're in this phase. It's almost always the right way to go. If you like if it's not quite working, you don't want to try and just force something to kind of like just for the sake of trying to make it work. Sometimes it's best to just erase entire chunks and retry, as you know, with just kind of like a new approach, because you might figure out something that you couldn't by trying to adapt the old version. So like for example, if I want to try having this heel come out more, I might not have done that if I kept the old sketch. So like now she's like really kind of turning her hip out, but maybe the toes are kind of coming at us a bit more. So it's kind of got a wider stance. Yeah, it can really be kind of like hard to identify the parts that are actually kind of what's working and what's not sometimes. Because I'm like, oh, I think it's this, and then when I like tweak around that, I'm no longer happy with that thing that I thought was working, so I'm like, oh, maybe it was the thing I just changed. Oops. As it goes. Alright, so I think I want to raise the waistband to kind of show the hips a bit more. So this leg, I don't like. Get rid of that again. And then if we have like a big belt kind of thing on the hips, this allows us to show more of that compression because it's kind of really, the torso is overlapping it, and so we get this kind of like big triangle shape to show it being kind of pinched, right? So yeah, we could try tossing a background on this character when we kind of like get a little closer to that portion of it. So I think, okay, so one thing I don't think we've tried so much with this character is widening out the pose a bit more. So this leg is like the important weight, kind of like all of this is coming through this leg mostly, and this one's more just kind of like balance. But because of the awkwardness of the huge bird, I feel like maybe it would be trying to control. So like wider stance gives a little more stability, and with it outstretched, it's not containing the weight as much. So even though it's kind of like not under where all the weight is, because it's so wide, it gives more kind of like stability to the pose. So I think we'll try and work that in. We could bump the bird over to the right a little bit too, I think. So the talons can still be over the shoulders, but we can kind of like balance it just a little bit more, I think. Let's try that. And that kind of like makes it so that its torso is facing the same direction, and then its head is also turned like hers, so they kind of match each other's posture. And I think that works pretty well. Makes it so that the center of balance is like inside her kind of stance, which makes her less off balance. So I think that works as well. So we'll go with that. I think feels a little sturdier. Okay. So we didn't need to shift it much, but I think that was a good thing for them. So third toe. Just so that I don't forget to do that, just quickly add that in. Just her whole arm is just bird claws. And I think with this I really want the hip portion to be kind of coming behind the torso, like the torso is bending out in front, instead of it just kind of pinching right there. I want there to be a little bit of overlap. I think that's working. Oh, good, sun right in my eyes, perfect. Okay. So this hip should be dropped more obviously than the other one, so I'll have this kind of the like jerkin dress kind of top thing that she's wearing kind of help show that. Fold there, and then this is kind of stretched out. Then yeah, we could do some value kind of balancing on it to kind of like make sure that there's kind of some nice kind of contrast and interest in those elements. So like the jerkin would be like probably a medium tone, mid-tone kind of thing, or it could be the dark, or the bird could be kind of like that. And like the mouse would be, I would want her to stand out. So I feel like with the eye patches and a dark bird behind, if she's kind of light, it'll kind of draw a lot of attention and contrast, which would be good for the composition of it. Also like her having kind of like a thicker, stronger tail. Yeah, we can kind of balance out the kind of value contrast and add some small shapes with like kind of things on her hips, kind of just small little additional interesting details, but they're like small enough. So we have kind of like big, medium, small kind of stuff. And it depends on how much attention we want to bring down there. So for example, if the hips are kind of like midtones, these could be light or dark, or a mix of both if we wanted kind of a lot of contrast. Or if we wanted even more contrast with it, if the jerkin was like dark or the belt was dark, then we could like have these kind of hip things be light, and that'll kind of like be even stronger contrast. But that's if we want to kind of bring that much attention there. We'll see. That's kind of more refining details. Not quite at that stage yet. Getting close though. I think I need to just make sure I'm happy enough with the full pose. One thing I want to do is try out that sword arm, so I'm going to duplicate this, and that way I can go back to the way it was if I don't like the change. But, so I actually kind of want to do the like rotated kind of like, instead of holding a sword like this, kind of like stylized sword holding. I don't know, you would. Right, maybe I should actually draw where I want the sword to be. So here's kind of the shoulder up, rotated, and sword. Also, kind of like, because we're at the stage we are with this, I want to like really kind of be trying to consider the composition of it. Actually, I'll just erase everything outside of that so I can kind of resize if needed. It's also kind of handy to draw this small for this kind of really sketch phase, because then when I bring it to the size it needs to be for the actual kind of like full drawing, it'll be kind of still really rough, and then I can do the kind of like refining edges and kind of figuring out what shape is exactly where when I actually kind of blow it up to size, because this is obviously like, this here is kind of like the size she'll need to be. So it's obviously going to have to get scaled up, which just means that I have more kind of detail to resolve so it's a little easier to kind of like try things messily and get a rough idea of if it's working or not, without having to kind of like really figure out exactly all the like the shapes perfectly. So the sword arm is fun, but at the same time, you know, she has just a giant bird. Does she even need a sword? Not opposed to it, of course. Just trying to think of, does it add or even potentially take away from the character? Can be a very potent composition tool too. And considering how much the tail comes out, this sword might actually help kind of like with the flow. Do I want it turned up a bit? Maybe a rotated type of oversized saber to mimic the curve of the bird's tail. That's an interesting idea. She is strong to be able to hold up a bird, so I could see her rocking a nasty kind of scimitar. Huge handle, ready to go. Yeah, kind of like the talons of the bird. Let's get this shape right. So like a falchion, scimitar. How do you pronounce things? I don't know. What do we think? Too much? Probably not. Could also be upturned. although it just kind of looks like she doesn't know how to hold it if her arm is kind of rotated as is. Looks a little awkward that way. This way it looks like it is flowing with the arm direction. Like she just kind of did one of those. Okay, so this leg still needs to kind of work. Okay, I feel like this is sort of working. Let's see what happens when I flip it. Okay, let's try rotating the whole thing just a little. So the bird is a little more balanced. Things are kind of a little more, she's chopping into the horizon. Okay, that's feeling all right. Yeah, a little more balanced. Yeah, if I actually bring it over even more, and then I bring that foot underneath a bit more, or at least kind of, yeah, pull it up a bit. I think that's kind of where I want that foot. And so the Cannoneer one that I kind of started, but I definitely, having seen it recently, I want to tweak. It's not feeling right. She's kind of like pointing to the right, although I can just flip that one too. I'm wondering what direction I want these characters kind of facing, if that makes much of a difference. It might. Should they be going in the same direction is the question, really. I feel like that would probably work if they're both kind of gesturing in the same direction, because they should be coordinating their kind of attack. And depending on the mechanics, it's kind of like they board you or you board them. So if they're kind of left facing, it's like they're in your way as you're kind of traversing, whereas if they're right facing, they're actively boarding you. So I guess it depends on what we want the feeling to be. I feel like it might be a case where you're kind of choosing to encounter them. So them left facing might work, where they're kind of repelling you. So you're choosing to kind of board the pirate vessel. But again, I'm not sure what the mechanics are going to end up being, if we even have sky pirates. Which at some point we absolutely will, because I'm going to make it a thing. And then her tail, I feel like it would be pretty wide out. Trying to balance all this kind of weight. Something like that might work, depending on where the tail of the bird ends up. create tangents with them. Like the tail might need to come up behind the sword and let that pass in front, right? Might even shorten the sword. Something like that, where it kind of like comes through, and then the tail might even be up here. So a lot of possibilities for it, to be honest. So I like the idea of this kind of like leather kind of jerkin, but like having straps and stuff on it too. But I can figure that out when we actually change to the full-size version, and I'll be able to resolve those details a little easier. Right now I should just be focusing on the kind of shape language, the like silhouette. Instead of kind of worrying about details. So let's actually take a look at what this silhouette is, see if I can get a tail that I like. So maybe the bird tail isn't working for me. Something like that might be okay, actually. Let's just go with it. Oh yeah, just remembered I have a Larry link to share with everybody. Should probably do that before I forget, since I did promise to give you one after lunch, in case anyone needs to run off and doesn't want to miss it. So let's pop that in the chat right now. Make sure it works. You know, just to be sure. Okay. And so in the chat, go ahead, use that link, get some lunar candles. Yeah, so the upturned would definitely require me kind of like changing the arm angle. And we can definitely give that a go if you would like to see that again. I'm kind of feeling the like this horizontal slash style though. Like it works with kind of like this shoulder shape, right? So I might even try and push that shape language even more. Bring that kind of arm up and just kind of create a cleaner shape going across. That might be a good idea. So I don't do enough of that where I actually like try and make stronger shapes. Like I kind of like start with an idea of a shape and I use that to influence it, but I don't like try and kind of like make it flow really cleanly as a shape. Like see how I kind of connected that line? Same with down here, I kind of cleaned it into one shape. So I don't know if that's good or bad for my technique, but let's try pushing that further. And then honestly, when I break it into the higher detailed kind of line work, linear I suppose I would call it, I'll be able to resolve if I want it to actually be a smooth line across the whole thing, or if there's little kind of variations in the silhouette. Yeah, I like how wide the feet are. Feels nice and sturdy. Thicken up this leg. Yeah, I want her to feel like a tank, just kind of sturdy, not going anywhere. This tail is definitely needing to thicken up. But I don't want that to like line up perfectly with that knee, right? Creates a weird tangent if it lines up too perfectly. It looks like it was an intentional thing, but like it makes it disruptive to like look at because it confuses. Just momentarily, but enough to make it feel awkward. So yeah, gotta avoid tangents like that. So that feels a little better there. Nice strong tail. Okay. You can just use my smudge brush to kind of clean up those edges a bit. Okay, so let's try dropping a shadow underneath the whole thing, grounding it a little more. Kind of gives a little more presence to the whole thing. So that feels pretty okay. Alright, so I think my initial sketch is in a good spot. Yeah, I think the composition is starting to work. So we have kind of like the bird. I might have to bring the tail up or something, or shorten the tail, but like the mouse tail curling in, the sword curling in, this kind of arc overall. There's kind of like two circles that intersect, and then she's like all that details like right in the middle of that. So that's kind of interesting. So I think overall there's some good stuff happening. So I think what we'll do is copy that and hide these layers. I'm just going to put all this in a sketches. Actually, I'll just make a new group for this too. So paste this. Now we have the option to make her a landscape character, in which case we can kind of like really push these kinds of, you know, the space here. Maybe like kind of have some interesting kind of debris. However, it's going to be such a small character in the scene because in game view, you know, you don't get to see the landscape with like a huge amount of detail, so you almost need to fill the space really well. So there's that, or let's see. Something more like this, which really kind of like fills up the space better. And we can adjust it to kind of like, you know, fill it even better than that, you know, like bring in the tail of the bird, and or even just drop it down to the floor or something like that. That might work. Something like that, perhaps. Thanks. Yeah, I feel like the tail might, the bird tail, that is, might work well if it's kind of to the floor. Let's just try that out. Just do it a layer behind, so it's easier to kind of scribble on. So like something like that, right? I think that still works, and actually it has like a nice kind of backdrop to the character. Yeah, I think that's kind of cool. Pose and such still works, and we can kind of like bump the whole thing over just a little bit more if we want. Even like point the sword more towards us, just to kind of like keep it a little bit more vertically controlled. Yeah, the bird tail to the floor just has a better kind of curve to it overall too. It's just kind of smoother. I think that works. And we could even do things like have the wing tips, something like that. No. Yeah, come back to that when we look at more bird reference, I think. Not too critical right now. Okay, so I think that's pretty okay. So I'll merge the bird into the same layer. I can lighten up the tail now. Alright, so pretty happy with this composition in this shape. So what we could do is lower the opacity on this and put a layer on top and just kind of refine edges, which isn't a bad idea considering there's a lot of areas where I'm kind of like not 100% sure what the edge is. Or we can just keep this same layer and just kind of like go through and clean up some of the detail. Oftentimes I actually just skip that altogether and just kind of like block in the colors, just a silhouette of them, and usually I can just kind of work from there, so that could work too. Overlap the belt. But I think if I did kind of do another sketch layer over top of that, I could add detail that I might miss otherwise. Like I might not kind of like think to add if I'm just kind of filling in textures and coloring and stuff like that. Like if I wanted to like really kind of like add the straps and cool like bits to the armor, I'd probably have a better chance figuring that stuff out if I did another kind of detail pass. So let's try that out. Alright, so do a new layer. We'll knock this one down to like 30% is usually a pretty good spot. And I don't normally do this pass, but I think that this could be a good idea. Alright, so the bird I'm happy with right now, so I think I'll leave that. And so the purpose of this is to kind of like refine the line work a bit more. So using a smaller brush to kind of like decide where edges are. Also, being pirate probably has like big gold earrings and kind of jewelry and stuff like that. Lots of kind of looted booty. So with that line, probably go behind the ear. Same with this one. So I need to change this. So it does that. And then when I kind of get to a certain point, I think I'll just merge these layers together. Because if I just kind of like turn that off, suddenly this refined line work looks even worse. Again, I don't use this method very often, so we'll see. But yeah, so like on this pass, I want to figure out kind of like how specifically the clothing is working. So the torso is kind of tilted quite a bit, so I want the spine curving. The clothing to be kind of tilted with the body there. So that looks like it's kind of tilting well enough. Now you can kind of see that kind of like compression on this side and stretch a little more so on this side. And I'll probably actually smooth out this line so that it kind of flows across the whole thing. It feels like it stretches out even more. Right. Okay. And there's just an edge right here, you know, like it just is enough to create the texture between the materials, showing the thickness between them, how the belt is kind of, I mean, technically, actually, I think I'll have the belt come out of the silhouette instead, because it is overlapping, right? Just enough. And because of the kind of lean going this way, I think I'll have the harder leather kind of sticking out from the leg, right? Because it's kind of twisting with the body. Whereas here, it's going to be kind of like pressed into the leg a bit more because it's yeah. Okay, so that's starting to work. Okay, I can see it. All right, and then the shoulder kind of poofs. I feel like this one's going to be compressed because of the arm raising like that, and kind of like pushing in against itself, so it's pinching it. Whereas this one here, the like bird talons are on either side of it, so they're both being kind of like smushed. Yeah, game audio is coming through your speakers. Not that it matters much, just let me know. Okay. Oh, it's fine. I just wanted you to know. Okay. So warm. Why is it so warm? It's like freezing out today. Alright, so take a MouseHunt. No fulmina teeth. Fine. Okay. And could have kind of like some fabric poking through between these kinds of bits of armor. I think I'll make my brush strokes even finer. Yeah, so like this would be kind of like hardened leather to protect them from the bird, right? And then the cloth underneath that makes it comfortable to wear. It's like poking out at the joints, like underneath everything. So, but then we can also do fun things like add nice kind of detailing and seams to things. Kind of make it nice and cool looking, regal. Because why not? Especially if they're like a character that is extra awesome. Make them look extra awesome. Mm-hmm. Oh, heck yeah. Okay. That's what I want to hear. I think the bird's wearing a tricorn hat. I'll look up a reference for that later. Fun idea, but might take away from it ultimately. So, a tentative hat-wearing bird. All right. Okay. So the sash could be dark. Probably would be good to be dark. Goes with the eye patches. And then the cloth would be light. And the armor itself would be medium, mid-tone kind of stuff. So I think that would be pretty ideal. Not that I should be kind of like filling my values at this stage. Just kind of makes rendering it a little messier if I do that now. But just so I have that idea. All right, and we're going to move this toe in, this talon. Okay. Gotta have my frills. Pirates love the ruffles. I think the hand guard probably going to bring that down. Yes. Yeah, the high-ranked bird. I like it. Oh yeah. Yeah, the talons are just kind of like just where a buckler or shield would be. Alright, let's figure out this hand actually. So I think she'd be wearing kind of like tough leather gloves, as a lot of bird handlers would. Falconeer or whatever. She's got big mitts. Okay, and the talons. Trying to get the size relative to each other. I think I'll have to have this talon drawn and then have her hand kind of grabbing it. So let's figure that out. I think that I think I'll kind of raise the hand up a little higher. Maybe like that. Bring the thumb up too, and probably shrink the thumb. Don't need to be so ridiculously huge. Okay, so something more like that. That's probably better. It's a little hard to see what's going on in here, to be honest. It's a little muddled, so that might be a challenge. And then this back toe. Not sure if this would just kind of like hang loose like that, maybe. Or it would probably want to close it up. So like that. I don't draw a lot of birds, so oops. Hopefully that looks good. All right, and then gotta have some good rufflage on the brim of the hat. It's important. I think I'll pull up some reference before I get too deep into that. What kind of bird do we want it to be anyways? I was thinking a budgie might be fun because they're like smaller, or at least I think they are. But it's kind of got rufflage and beak, more like a parrot, which is what you would assume for a pirate. I'll let you guys help me figure that out. I will continue trying to refine the mouse, though. So let's give it a flip. Also a save. I haven't done that yet. That would be good to do. First save of the day. Oops. I didn't know what to call the file, so I called it Polly. Polly want a cracker. All right. Get some dumplings in the game. All right. 45 seconds till horn. Let's give it a flip. I feel like the bird, I might want to bring it out more like that, maybe. Be kind of like its wings if they dip below, right? They could be quite dark. Alright. And then the mouse, let's get these legs. So I think this would be behind the legs and tail. So we'll just erase the tail there and the legs, and that's just kind of like the underside of the skirt kind of shape there. Again, I don't really need to kind of fill in the grayscale because it can kind of mess with when I'm rendering color, but right now I'm not too worried about that because I'll just kind of tone down this layer anyways. So I don't know what I want to do with the leg armor yet. Maybe it is just kind of the poofy pants thing going on with the box pleats, right? To kind of emulate what's going on with the shoulders. Works well for the pirate aesthetic. Does she want kind of like shin protection? It's probably just a little too much. Do without. I do like her like really wide legs. Feels nice and sturdy. Alright, it's working for me. I think I need just a little bit of layering for this knee to kind of feel like it's in front. Yeah, that works. Cool. And then this foot is pretty much there. I'm just gonna drop that down. This toe. Just kind of drawing it out a little bit more instead of just quickly sketching. I'm kind of like thinking of the foundation of the shapes, trying to put them in the right spots. These toes are pretty big. I'll shrink them down actually. Yeah, that's a good point. If like the bird has the eye patch on the one side and she has the eye patch on the opposite, they kind of like compensate for each other. Together, they can see in perspective. So that might be an idea. Also, I didn't give her a peg leg. Maybe I will just kind of still do that like two pirate character where they just have like, they're made of a beard, have both hook hands, peg legs, both eye patches, and you know, the silly kind of, yeah, the symbiosis, kind of. Yeah, that might be nice to kind of like try that out. We'll try it. We'll see what everybody else says. If they have any opinion on it, feel free to chime in. I do like the idea of them at least kind of working together on that regard. Yeah, that is fair. I do like they're kind of like connected through that in an interesting way. They kind of like work together well. The symbolism. So let's go with that for now. And again, you know, if you have any thoughts, feel free to share. Okay, so the sword here, I feel like the guard can be kind of brought in quite a bit. Actually, on this one, I'll just erase it, because being able to see it is kind of interfering a little bit with trying to get that to work. All right. And same with the face here. I think if we're gonna do the eye patch thing, I just need to clean that out of there. Probably getting to the point where I should just merge these layers together and clean up that way, because I am having to bounce back to the underlayer and erase a bit. Yeah, I'm happy with the bird having the hat now that I see it again. I enjoy that. Is her head a bit small? I think it might be. Alright, merging the layers, it is done. So jaunty. I like that. Bring it up just a bit too. Okay, and just smudge around. Let's give it a quick flip all the way around. See if things kind of look like they're portioned right. This arm is not resolved well, I don't think. There is compression here that's obvious. That's stretching out, which is good. Bird coming in. Okay, so I feel like there is kind of clear stuff happening. This foot kind of feels like it's not where it needs to be, though. I feel like this one needs to be in front. So let's flip this vertically. So now she's facing the left. Yeah, so I want this foot to kind of come down. So flatten the head back on. I think that's in a fine spot. Let's just bring this in here. Where's it the other foot? Uh-oh. What was I saying? Yeah, it's like this foot I think needs to kind of come forward a bit more maybe. So does this one just need to come back? That's the question. Okay. Decided I'll just try changing the pivot on this part of the leg. So the foot is further forward. And this might even want to come back to the right a little bit to kind of be extra tucked under itself. Yeah, especially with the weight of the bird, I feel like that works. I did save recently, but I'll do another quick save. I'm glad that it's really really looks incredibly neat. It always gets so warm streaming and like no reason for that. I'm just going to lighten up these shoulder pads more so that it's easier to see the value shift. Just want these pants to lighten up too. Same with the elbow. And then the frills are like the same material, so this kind of like big poofy shirt is under all this armor. So like this will be nice and bright. It'll be good when I block in the colors. It'll be easier to see what's going on with all that. Nice kind of inset gem. I don't need to worry about shadows. So this arm is not very well resolved yet, but now that I'm on one layer, it might be easier to clean it up. And again, not everything needs to be like totally cleaned up in the linear drawing phase. Like as I've said before, I usually just completely skip this part, but because I want to have some like fun and interesting details, I'm spending the extra time to search for them. These talons will be pretty light too. Put smoothing to 100 for this to draw a nice straight line. Drop that back down to nothing. Could be a good name. Especially if she becomes like a named character, you know. If you need special cheese to find her on the pirate ship. Wonder if like the bird would be part of the name too. thought exactly. Deserving of her own cheese. This be like the ruffles from behind her gloved hand. Alright, well, we're getting pretty close for the linear. So then down here we might get some interesting fabric folds. So the knee here is pulling, right? Flatten that out, because it's stretching across the knee. And then we have the box starts opening up on the top here. So we'd have like a nice little kind of splash of color in those parts. Because of the box pleats, I feel like I want to have the wrinkle be a little lower down. And it depends on what kind of fabric it is too. Generally, if you have something like box pleat, it's probably going to be a stiffer fabric, where it needs the assistance. So the fabric folds will be bigger and kind of wider bends. It's a stiffer fabric. And since this foot is like going back in space, this one's kind of more straight down. We're going to see more of this kind of like angle, this ellipse on the sides of the fabric, right? Because it's kind of going away from us. Whereas if this one's going straight down, it's going to be more kind of flat, like those ellipses. So that kind of flattens it a bit. And these are really circular. That helps with the kind of like dimension, showing kind of the 3D space a bit. And these will probably be darker, but maybe like more elasticy fabric, not sure. Maybe it'd be like the same as the gloves, right? I feel like that would tie those together in the eye patch as well. So it'd be like this kind of dark leather. So it's not too stiff, has to wrap around fingers and stuff like that. Maybe the eye would be a different kind of thickness of leather, but I think that's the kind of colors we want. So we have like kind of darks on the hands and the belt and the eye patch and foot wraps, so it all kind of pulls together. And then darks up here. Get these kinds of connections, right? So I think that works pretty well, actually. Anything else? I think we're actually getting pretty close to starting to render. Bird shape, the eye shape there looks a little sad. Just mess with that during the rendering. Ruffles everywhere. All right. Okay. Yeah, I think I wanted this to kind of come out more because of this fold being so kind of strong. It's actually kind of stiff leather, so it's going to want to kind of like lift off a little bit, I think. Yeah, I think that just helps express the material a little bit more. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. All right. So it is getting close to 4 o'clock. It's 3:51 right now. So what I'm thinking is I'm going to take a short break. Won't be long. And then when I return in just a few minutes, we can start blocking in the actual kind of colors. And we can start rendering the character. We're definitely not going to finish the character today, but we'll get at least the beginnings, which either that means later on, like next time I stream, we could potentially continue where we left off, which could be nice. So maybe I'll try and save it, or you get to see it in game, so you don't get fully spoiled before catching her. So either is kind of a cool scenario, I think. But I feel like it's been some time since I've done like a full kind of like complete start and finish on stream. Like either I already have one halfway done and I finish it on stream, or I only do the first half on stream. So I feel like maybe I'll try and kind of bring this one back either next week or 2 weeks from now, depending on what Dave wants to do. I feel like since next week is a lot of kind of internal discussion about kind of like game design, I'm going to want to make sure if we're talking about that next Friday, I want to be there. So we shall see. Make the tail go down there. Just trying to follow this kind of shape, right? Cool. Cool. All right, and I don't want this sword to get too close to the bird. Need those shapes to read. Oh, one thing that I don't do enough of as well is just kind of like seeing the full silhouette. So without the bird, I feel like this character actually would read pretty well. Because like you can kind of like see each of the limbs distinctly enough to kind of understand what this pose is. Right? And that's important. You should be able to like tell what this character is, what they're doing. That talon kind of messes up that arm actually. Just based off their silhouette. And that said, they're going to read distinctly in front of the bird, so I'm not too worried about that. So if I did the bird as a separate one, just kind of lighten it up. So it's not terrible. The silhouette read is there, I think. Especially if I kind of like clean up the talon part here on this mouse. So that's good. So just so that those are there. Okay, so give it another save, and I'm gonna go on a short break, just like 5 minutes at most. Gonna get some water and stretch my legs and such. And I'll be RB. So let me just do that. All right. So see you in like 5 minutes. All right, and I am back. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, with the silhouette of the bird, it looked like it was holding the sword with its foot sticking out. That's actually kind of amazing. I enjoy that. All right, so we're in a spot where we can walk in. Let's give it a flip. Boop. All right, so let's get our accent brush and this is just going to be a placeholder color, especially since I don't know what kind of bird. All right. It's got that big plumage. And same with the hat. Why not? Actually, I'll do the hat on another layer. I will need that anyways, so probably just save myself the trouble. Just do it right. Same with the eye patch. Smooth. because I filled in the ruffles, it's like a weird beret.
Yay. Steal. Oh no. Austin.
All right.
Right. We'll put something on this. 40. Let's just read this.
It's almost got like a sad energy around it. I don't think the color helps in this like weird beret-looking pirate hat. Let me just add in some trim to the tricorn. Maybe that'll help.
I know I saw it.
All right.
No.
Oh, I duplicated the hat layer somehow.
That's fine.
Interesting. It's like, how are there 4 layers going on? Okay, so this is burb. Burb. These can just go away.
Just never stops.
Don't need those. Mouse. Alright, so for her, let's just use a kind
Well,
of
that's nice.
light brown to fill in. So we'll do the base layer first.
It's pretty cute. Austin, why are you the only one who got silenced?
If you're wondering around about the background dialogue, Alex is playing Final Fantasy XIV on Discord right now.
Unless there's 2 drops. I like Rachel's character. Yeah, we found it. Not on this one. That. It's the law. My character can never be a natty. Your character is the himbo.
Alright.
No.
So I'll just fill in the mouse with this part, and then since it's the base layer, we can kind of like be pretty loose with it, and then have kind of the armor over top. We actually want to overpaint in a lot of areas, to be honest. Just trying to make sure everywhere that I need it is filled in. That should be okay though. The hands I could do is this layer as well if we want. Might be easiest. Cut down on the number of layers. And the ruffles and the sword hilt and all that. Or, yeah, the guard, anyways, would be on top. So.
Is this the very adult Discord server?
Alright. So that is probably fine. Honestly, this hand is probably going to want to go to the top layer because it's going to be in front of a lot. But for now, I'll leave it there. Okay, and so it is 4:10, 4:12 actually. I'll probably block in everything and maybe even start some rendering. I don't know exactly how far I'll go. So as I said, I'm not gonna like make it all the way to finished today. So I'm not sure how much steam I'll have, but so far so good. Careful, Charlie. Just like shifting around right beside my keyboard. She's been known to lay directly on the keys and cause some very fun things to happen with my computer that are just the best. Alright, so let's do like a nice kind of light sky blue perhaps for the fabric. Again, these are all just really loose placeholder colors. And probably shift all of them out to something different. Just need to block it in so that I can kind of have something to work with. The talons, I'll put on a layer above that. Elbow guard, or elbow kind of poofs. Maybe that. Honestly, this will probably end up being like a white fabric. Like really light eggshell blue or something like that. Ruffles.
It's hard to tell what's a hallway and what's not a hallway.
Okay. And ruffles here. Just trying to think of the layering of things. So I'll probably, yeah, I'll use a new layer for, honestly, since the gloves are going to be this kind of dark sash kind of layer, and they, except for this one, can be above everything else. I'll leave that one as is, but this will probably be the armor layer. So we'll go like, kind of like a darker red leather. I don't want to go too dark because this I want it to be like my mid-tones. Honestly, the mouse might do best lightened up. I think I'll make it more pink kind of color. Yeah, the ruffles might have been better on the layer above. But this works. Either way, I'd need to kind of like decide what cuts off what and how. So I'll just do it this way since I've set it up this way so far. It's fine. Let's block this in. So yeah, the head should be on top of this layer. Because now I'm kind of doing weird, trying to paint up to the edge and avoid the head. I think I might just shift a few things around to different layers that would make more sense for those elements. Yeah, in a lot of parts, the armor is over top of the ruffles, so hence why I was like, okay, I'll layer it like that. But the ruffles also kind of spill over. Yeah, ruffles might have been better on top. Oh well. Like right here, they're not though.
Oh, Josh is really cool. Yeah, it's great.
And here it's not working too well either. So I need to kind of like erase away. That's okay though, I'll make that work. Just underpaint right there. And I don't want things lining up quite that perfectly. It's creating some bad tangents. Plus, I think this layer needs to be, or this undershirt needs to be a different color than the pants. Definitely. So, okay, we have the jerkin there, and this armor will do best to go in front of that ruffle. I think we just need 2 layers of kind of the fabric stuff. So I think that's how I'll handle it. I'll just kind of like pull up the ruffles onto a second layer where I need them. And then that should work. It's like they should be above here. I'm just kind of painting where it might need to be. But like as stated, the glove needs to be in front here. So this can be like leather accents. This one's the jerkin. That's how you say it. Armor. There we go. Armor plating. Didn't need to do that. Go back.
I just knew that she was a big woman. So
Undershirt. And mouse base.
Mel Vieira.
Okay, so then this I'm going to bring above everything else. Just because I want to be able to adjust this on the fly a little bit more. Probably means I need to underpaint instead. Yeah, definitely. No, I could probably get the exact same results how it was, and this is just adding a little more work. It sets up the file how I prefer to be able to control it. So in the long run, it's probably saving time. plating.
Well, I see the words.
Okay, and then these ruffles I want to come out in front of the armor, so I'll actually overpaint here. Yeah. Same with here. So I actually want to control the ruffles from those layers. Yeah. Okay, cool. So the undershirt, grab these. And make a ruffles layer. Paste them in place. Again, like I'm basically just doing the exact same thing I had already, and just kind of making more layers than I usually like to use, but I don't know. I just feel like this is how the file should be set up. So
How was I supposed to do? It's fine, I'm the tank. I'm allowed to trigger.
pull in the ruffles there.
Austin. This is a spicy thing. Just let people die. He's got receipts.
Okay.
No, you won't.
That was probably completely unnecessary, but I feel like that made the file a little bit cleaner. Okay, so the undershirt here,
Oh my god.
I think these pants I can actually just transfer to a different layer.
Imagine.
This is not a good selection here.
He's just a good boy.
Pants. Alright, and then let's just sure. They'll probably need to go lighter, but actually they might be nice in the mid-tones. And then the leather accents go nice and dark. So we'll have things like the belt.
Yeah, I did beside it.
Where's the? Oh, it is this layer. Okay, cool. So we'll go quite a bit darker. I don't need to go that dark yet.
Just stick me on Austin.
Okay.
You want it? Fire's just rolling.
And put the face layer below so we can use this accents layer to do things like the eye patch and the earrings. Make it just a little bit more efficient.
You can see it someday.
Okay, so back
Yeah,
to the leather accents. Turn out the sketch, grab the same color, and get these kind of details here.
Yeah, it's been years since I went.
Okay, cool. Use the same color on the hand over there. And
Oh, that's great. There's that aura here.
don't want these angles to line up too much. So there we go. I managed to avoid it lining up at perfect points, because before it kind of like hit right at that edge, creating a nasty tangent. That's a little better. Bring it in even more. Okay, that's fine. And then we can have a layer behind that, just for the behind everything details, but in front of the bird. So the back of the sword can go there. And then front of the sword. I just call this accents. 'Cause it's not just leather. It's going to be detailed stuff. Like I might even put like the
Extended.
I might even put the kind of details of the leather on
Josh
there.
is like, I'll jump. Okay, we are ready, right?
Sword hilt or guard. Just to preserve my ability to edit, I think I'll do even one more layer for the actual blade, even though I don't normally use nearly as many layers.
You can buy that now at facial hands. Yeah. Rude, he was turning around.
It should just kind of make it a little bit easier. And then when I'm happy with everything, I'll smush it down to the very few layers I prefer. But just trying to work smart.
Yes. So scary.
So I'm just kind of lining up.
What is?
Using the smoothing on the brush.
This is very close to stuff.
Lets me get nice kind of smooth strokes. Same with this here. I want a gentle curve on the inside of that. The challenge with using smoothing is trying to get it into the places you want. Sometimes it can be hard to kind of coax it where it needs to go. Okay, so I think that's pretty good. It kind of feels like a talon. And this is so just back details, whatever. Don't know what to call it. All right. Let's turn on the bird. Nice sickly green bird. So we want to look at this in grayscale and try and kind of balance it. So the bird I want to be kind of the mid-ground coloring. So let's just use an adjustment setting here. We can just kind of raise and lower the lightness without worrying about color. Not important right now. So that's kind of a nice mid-tone, I think. So we don't want it to be too light because we want the light accents to pop against it. And we also want the darks to also stand out. So that seems pretty middle ground. And then the mouse itself, I think she needs to kind of lighten up too. So her face and her feet, we can kind of lighten up so it pops against the darker kind of elements. There's some strong contrast there. So it should draw the eye to her face pretty well. So you can grab this color, go to the base layer, and just kind of fill in here. The tail, I think I'll put in the mid-ground between those. Right now it's just a gray. Something like that might be okay. Darken the feet a little bit too. I like to try and get a bit of a gradient going on. So like, for example, with the bird, I would potentially...
I just like have a hard time telling the difference between hallways and this one.
Oops. I'll just make the color darker here and then that didn't. So could do something like that, where there's kind of like a gradient going towards the ground, and then do the same thing over the mouse. And generally that can kind of like encourage some more interesting kind of like dynamics between everything. So like I feel like the base of the bird can get into the dark kind of values, so stuff against that could be lighter. So the pants, for example, the pants I wanted
He's a Catholic elf. How is he Taco Bell?
to be a bit lighter. And because of the bird, now that works a little better.
He's so vanilla. Yeah, I agree to that. Yeah.
So I'm not even really looking at the colors I'm putting into this image. So when we like take it out of grayscale, it might look really wonky. The face is actually almost too bright, so I'm gonna knock that back. Can have it be lighter on the top side there.
Punch.
No space.
Oh, fuck.
Okay. And then I think the leather accents, I want to go even darker. So get quite dark, quite saturated, and especially lower down where it's kind of occluding. So that's pretty good. We also need to put the talons in. So I think I'll just use the sword layer. There we go. The sword itself is called the claw. So that layer is claws, or talon. Talon's better. There we go. And for the talons, let's just use this kind of like really not great color. Alright, so talons. And that is in front of the face, so that's interesting. Here, I'll put it back here. Since they're like the exact same value, it's hard to tell if it was behind or in front. So I might actually want to go behind the ruffles. Still works. Oh, but not there. Okay. Well, for now, let's continue with this. Honestly, I might want to kind of like really make these curl a lot more. Okay, so it's probably got to be in front of the ruffles, but behind the face. Okay. I mean, unless I just want to balance like a million layers, which I don't. I'll just do it this way. Get these weird croissant toes. And talons often like really curl.
Yeah, and you wouldn't realize it.
I'll even have the bottom toe down here. And we can get rid of that if it doesn't read well enough. Okay. Yes, that's ahead of, in front of the ruffles. That's good. That's where I need that. And this bottom one, I'm going to make darker so it reads against the ruffles better. And this one can be behind them. very different toe sizes from right to left. So
Oopsies, since you press.
just need to bring that back quite a bit, I think.
It wasn't me. Oh, because of not me. Oh, okay, I'll set that up. Don't worry. I feel like I got you like Bernie Sanders.
And
Bernie Sanders. Yeah.
bring that in quite a bit. I think it's just
Okay.
it's thumbs, I guess. Don't need to be that extreme. All right, so getting stiff. All right, so we're at 440. All right, let's see the horrifying colors. Ooh, don't know what that was. Good, good. Very odd colors.
That's a voice. They slam you.
Okay, so
Fighter got owned.
I'll actually just move the guard onto the armor plating. Yeah, that works. Cool. All right. I think the burb I'm gonna give a soft gradient on its tummy. It might even be the color I want. Let's just try the nebula brush.
That's fine.
Nope. I'll just use the gentle brush. There it is.
Yeah, that's what happened. Whoops. Yeah.
Okay. Save. Thanks for the reminder. I'll look up bird references one day. He says as he should definitely be looking at bird references. Alright, so these pants look really weird.
Got it.
So let's just choose a color and go. We'll make them purple. So just use a color brush. And it's a little extreme on the purple side. It at least kind of made them one color at least. Better than not. There we go. It's a little more balanced, but still not where I need it.
Whoop.
Alright.
You did.
So I'm just going to quickly start to give a little bit of depth where it can really be improved by it. We're going to need another layer for the baubles on the belt. Let's just go with this kind of
Oh, no.
gold for now, so that those pop out nicely. even though we'll probably want to tone them down. And just draw a little bit of interesting attention.
I'll try and do some.
Armor plating,
Just don't stand like on top of it.
do a layer that's kind of like connected to it, so
Well,
I,
usually it would.
give the armor some quick dimension with shading. So let's first try and get more of a color that I want for it overall. So I don't want it to be too dark. Let's go back to the grayscale. So I was thinking the mid-tone. So that's kind of mid-tone. And then using the shading, I can kind of darken it where I need to. So that might be best. So I do like where it was with more red. So I'm gonna use a color brush and just kind of bring in a lot more red to it.
I think we're gonna have to clear it eventually.
Okay.
Well,
And let's just give it some quick shading, just so that we have a little bit more visually to work from. It doesn't look so weird and flat and just bad.
this time fine. Fine, we're fine.
Alright. So I'll just use my smoothing brush and just kind of soften some areas while leaving others with hard edges. If it's like a cast shadow, I want the edges to be harder.
We found it.
We'll even kind of do some occluding light.
Ah,
Basically where the light is having the most difficulty getting in.
no.
Bouncing off stuff to kind of get onto the surface. I'll lighten that up, or I'll darken that the most. And then top surfaces, I'm gonna kind of like bring in a little bit of blue to that. So let's bring up my Coolorus tool. And since where I am on the color wheel is like the opposite side of blue, I'll actually just bring it towards gray. Probably slide it a bit. So this is fine. So I'm just kind of getting the sky reflected on this kind of polished leather. Should help kind of bring out some of that material feel. So this side here is facing upwards toward the light more than kind of down here. Same with the tops of these arms. Yeah, so this is kind of like emulating some of the polished quality of some leathers, which a hard leather would kind of like probably have that feel.
Well, there's like three right.
A little bit of random
See where one
texturing on it. near the edges where it rolls away, I'm just going to kind of smush that together even more. Alright, and then on this layer above, the one that's kind of locked to it, I can just take these even further. So like, maybe even just kind of like some strong accents. And this way I can kind of mess around and erase it away if I don't like it. For example, where it's kind of like close to the edge of the surface, there's more kind of light bouncing off of it because it's rolled away from us so significantly. And then we can get some nice kind of dark shadows in some areas so that there's like a nice embossed effect. So it's like stamped armor. And we could like turn off the sketch to see what this is doing too. It's like cast shadow on that. And I mean, like, I just kind of already assumed where my light is, kind of the top right. But I should have probably created some kind of marker to show exactly what I want my lighting conditions to be, because that can really help kind of set it up so you can kind of render it out nice and quick. Tarnished gold color for the pants. That actually would be pretty nice. I think we could do that. Let's try that out. Let's see. I'll just try something like that. Maybe a little more green to it. And then I feel like that actually is going to tie in well with the bird. And then when we have the box plates open, we can use a different color in that. That might actually look really nice. I'm not very good at kind of like fashion design, so some nice puke pants. Sorry if this isn't what you intended for it. I just like to try and use people's input wherever I can. I don't think it looks bad at all. But again, I am not very good at this stuff. Anytime I like make a character and like dress them up in games, it like everyone is just kind of like, "What have you done? What is this terror?" So the mouse space, I think I'm gonna kind of really bring some more warmth and shade to it. In some areas anyways. The face.
Yeah.
There's a little bit more too.
I got kicks. I could have been a paladin. I didn't want it.
Use more pink. The tail isn't covered in fur, same with the toes. So I like to bring out more kind of the pink of the skin.
We're not getting like crazy big floors.
for this. So we got like darker for the nose, let's say. Let's get that shape a little better.
It's not subtle. I could tell. They don't have a little fur. Yeah, yeah.
Charlie, did you hit a hotkey and mess up my system? Yep. As she does. There we go. I just couldn't change my brush size for a moment. Okay, so we're at a point where I think I can lower the sketch down.
Yeah.
Don't want it interfering too much with values, so I need to make sure to add them in where they need to go. So I think the face here I actually want to lighten up this kind of edge here. I want some bounce light happening on the fur, I think.
Yep.
But I'll also have it kind of
Tell me that.
falling into shadow. Especially like
Just do a big
here. And then getting some light bouncing from the ruffle there. And I'll need to come back to that once I kind of resolve a lot more. Because yeah, I think if she has kind of light fur, it's going to bounce a lot of the color around it, and I'll need to try and pick that up where it needs to be.
This is AoE, but it was.
So darken up under here. Yeah, I'll deal with the bounce light when I have kind of everything else around it figured out better. So otherwise I'm just kind of making more work for myself, I think. All right. Let's get a little bit more. I think that I won't get too much bounce light on the inner ear here, so I might go nice and dark, just so that it stands out. Although the bird I might shadow, so again, I think it just depends on everything else. I handle it. So the pants. Whoa. Alright. I've been hunting, I set up for full Mina run with like 200 cheese. Actually more than 200. I just kind of like set up as many cheese as I had candles, just hoping for some teeth. So far, none though. No luck. How about you? Where are you guys doing your candles?
Yeah, when you know that it's going to be.
Okay. It is 5, so I don't know how much longer we want to go. Plugging away at the Valor Rift. Fair enough, fair enough.
I have to line up my star.
Alright, so I think Ruffles could be a good
Yeah.
spot to pull in a little bit more.
Found it. No, it's a really long.
So we'll bring in.
Earthly Star has like a big build-up, and you have to let it do its build-up for it to do all of its heal. Yeah. Like, you have to like know what's going on.
So let's get nice and light here. Get that sky color. Ooh, good call. Total Eclipse with red candle. Nice. Yeah, that's actually a pretty darn good use. Yeah, honestly, when I run out of kind of white candles, I
I don't mind it.
might even try and do the same.
Yeah, I'm like having fun doing it with friends.
So let's see. Well, thank you very much. I'm glad you're really liking her. I think that she's working out pretty well. It's definitely going to be
Also a nice way to level my dark.
going to be lots of rendering to do still, but that just means that if I do end up streaming her next time, then we'll probably be able to fill the whole stream and like really get some good detail on her, especially since people are really liking the character. I think it'll be quite nice. And I liked the pumpkin pants, the pumpkin color. It's not what I was like aiming for, but it's perfect. I'll even get a little bit of that orange in the shadow, and I think that'll get that kind of like just right. Pumpkin pants. Nice. Keep grabbing the corner of that. All right. The talons I'll probably actually need to get darker to make them pop properly. So let's get kind of I don't know, maybe something like that. We'll start there. And I don't need to go that red. Where the light is kind of occluded, I'll go darker, and I do want to go warmer. Okay. Especially with this red kind of leather around everywhere. But also usually occluded light, it goes just a little bit warmer. At least that's what I've heard. And then you kind of get some nice kind of light catching on this. And catch some of these kind of wrinkles on the talon. I think that kind of helps show the talon texture.
No, these guys will do it.
Bring in more kind of deep shaded wrinkles.
Yeah, the zombies.
Alright, that's enough on that for now. I think I'll add some more warmth to it too. Just grab a red and color brush and just kind of slap just a little punch of color onto that. I'll probably want to like get some orange and various other colors into the parrot. But we might want to just do that next stream. Alright, so I basically just want to set myself up nicely for the next stream because there's still so much to do and I don't want to like get so close on it that I feel like it's not worth bringing up next stream. So get some kind of leathery accent on these bits here.
Zombies.
Ah, very happy to hear you guys say that. I'm glad. So yeah, I don't know. When you're kind of just doing it live, it doesn't always kind of work out so well. But you just gotta keep going with it. But this one does seem to be getting some good stuff happening. She just seemed to kind of like pop out when I found that sketch. So I was happy for that.
Done it.
That's what I hope for pretty much every stream is like something that's just like, this feels right for this character. And like overall, not there yet, which is why, you know, I feel like there's still a lot of work to do. But definitely getting some good stuff happening.
This is when we have to let people die at the hidden right. Oh. Whoa.
Okay. I think I can get even more.
I don't think I have any food aside from fire lettuce. Yeah, I don't have anything for fire lettuce.
Kind of like a bit of the shimmer and shine to it. So I'm going to have
Oh, we can see. Look at this.
more of the ground kind of bounce light onto it. That's kind of cool. Especially in the shaded area.
Yeah, you can see like everywhere.
Yeah, that works. Alright, let's use
We're
the
on the other
ear
side of
color
it.
for the tail. So those should be more similar. Same with like the toes, they should probably get closer to that range. So darken the tail overall. Bring in this pink, and then we'll throw the light directly onto it, because the ear is pretty thin, so I like to have the light kind of like scattering a bit through it. And then if there's light just kind of bouncing off of it, we'll go a little more. Lose some of the richness of the color. So we're getting environment lighting, the ambient lighting.
Have it. Oh.
And
This is his home.
so that's working. I think I'll make the bird tail go even darker
I
down
already
here,
backed up against a wall. It was fine.
which is great. So we can go towards like a blue. Let's try a color, not burn, just color. And then I almost want just a punch of orange right there. We'll pull that back quite a bit. All right. Oh, this is not a flat gradient. Here we go. That's what I want. Bring that back a lot.
Yeah, it's simple.
And I don't know, some red.
It's so loud. I'm scared.
Just to kind of add some visual dynamic, just really loosely. Go back to this one and fade that back just a bit. All right, that's kind of fun for the parrot. Again, like, we're gonna have to do quite a bit more. All right, saving. Thank you for the reminders. All right. Let's see. I want to get some more cast shadow on the tops of the feet.
This room's empty.
And then like down here under the tail is going to be quite dark because the light is just really occluding. I'll soften those shadows. There's no direct kind of cast light there. And then between the toes, base of the toe or the foot against the ground, it's going to be pretty occluded too. Actually, I'll even I'll use that for between the toes. But I can use my occlusion brush to just get the bottoms of the feet here. Nice.
I remember those days.
Yeah, I feel like we're probably gonna like punch it with so much more color too. But like, I think it'll be fun for next week or the week after when we have kind of like the start of the stream, when there's usually more activity at the beginning, where people kind of tuned in at the time, where we can kind of get more input on this bird coloration and have a lot of fun with it. I think I'm gonna want to bring the talons out a lot more, I think. I'm gonna want to kind of bring more, draw the eye to them, because like right now they disappear. So I'd probably kind of take the belly down so the mouse stands out, but then the armor kind of fades into the bird, and like the ruffle would be knocked back, and then the talons come forward. I'm gonna see if I can do that really quick. So let's just grab our luminosity brush. There it is. I'll grab this kind of dark color here, and I'm on the bird layer. I'll actually put, I'll keep it on that layer. That's fine. So let's go here, smudge this edge. And then on the mouse, the ruffles layer here, I'm going to just darken this down. I want it to be kind of cast in shadow a little more. Although, since it's such a bright material, I don't think it would take on too much shadow. Yeah. Considering the how kind of like much, so if you watch the light over here,
It's just a habit.
how big that range is. It's kind of similar. You need to kind of keep the same amount.
Gotta
of
adjust his
range.
collar.
Could probably be adjusted, although it's metal, so metal kind of like lights differently.
It's
Right.
faithful.
Still on luminosity. So let's just kind of play with the shading on the ruffles. I think I'll actually kind of bring the ruffles out a bit more here. So I feel like the leather ends back there, right? So there would probably be some rufflage happening as the arm is extended up. That seems fair. Yeah, I think that works better. Then might bring it in just. What's going on?
Too late.
Should be eraser.
Punch him.
Yeah. Okay. Back to my luminosity brush and grab our shaded ruffle value and just kind of
Yeah. Sure.
yeah, because the ruffles are like a nice light fabric, you can get tight little kind of wrinkles happening.
I'll drop to silver.
And we're getting pretty specific with details. So maybe it is high time to call it. My like wrist is starting to lock up too. But like the values are looking fairly strong, so I'm happy with that.
Well, fighter usually handles like tank bursts, so like tank busters and stuff. Yeah. Unless he misses it, then I can like cover, but I just like AoE heal and shield. And if DPS aren't doing my AoE heals, it's their fault.
All right. Let's bring the color back.
Yeah. Fighter does tank busters, and I kind of do DPS that don't avoid shit. And I never res because I'll have no MP if I do.
All right, and then just really quickly, let's lock that layer. It already was. Let's just give it a quick metal.
Items on Fizzle.
All right. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it now. Oh. Oh. Blue screen of death. Uh-oh. No? No blue screen of death for me. Let's check the stream. Okay, it looks like it's still going. Okay. All right, well, I think I'm pretty happy with where we got to. It's nearly 5:30, so it's a pretty good long stream. I think I'll just toss a drop shadow so that if I post it on my wall, it won't look too empty without it. Let's give it a nice kind of dark blue. Just sure.
Yeah, I don't know what he said. Oh, I think so.
another. This time we'll use Fusion brush.
Look at all these chickens. How could you, Josh? Keep on doing your jumps. No problem.
All right.
Should be on the ground right here.
That gives it a little more kind of grounding at least. Oh, and now I just want the hilt. Back details. Boom. Oh, right.
You should get dancer too. Dancer damage would be crazy.
Cool. All right, saved.
There's a boy.
All right. Wrist. Definitely done.
Oh, yeah, I'll go this
Okay.
way.
Well. Oh, you guys are definitely going to give the bird a name. No doubt about that. So I'm going to post this to my art page real quick. Just because it's been a long time since I posted anything. Why did my control key just fall off? Oops. All right. So, oh no, PNG. It's going to take forever. There we go. Set you to 960, is it? 960.
I like don't even read what the
And JPEG. Colors are a little different on this screen. I wasn't looking over to color reference it too much, but he's fine. He's fine. Not going with this
Oh, here comes
anyways. It's gonna change. Why not embed color profile? Sure.
he's got such little legs. Looks
Okay.
like Diablo and my dog wash it.
So saved, and go to art page, please. Photos. MouseHunt. Add photo.
Really?
Oh, not that one. Polly. All right. Okay, good enough. Post. All right. So if you want to go directly to the piece, let me get that link.
How dare you? How dare you guys?
All right. So first of all, Is this the Larry link?
There's padding behind
Oh, I don't
us.
have it copied. All right, I'll put the. Here is the art page link, and actually I'll put the Larry link inside the art post. Where is that?
Just
There it is. Copy link.
Oh, there's so many padding links.
There we go. All right, so Larry link's in there in case you need it. So
I feel like
that's
that
going to be it for the stream today. Hope you guys enjoyed. I think it turned out pretty well. I didn't expect to kind of even get close to this far on a piece. Admittedly, I started it with not totally knowing what we were going to end up doing. But yeah, if you have any kind of questions or anything like that, feel free to like email me or message me on my art page that I linked.
did not.
Yeah, so I'm not sure who's going to stream next week. I feel like it's probably going to be Dave because we're going to be discussing game design stuff in the office. But thank you as always for tuning in. Always appreciate the company, and hope you guys have a
I'm not
good weekend. Happy hunting, everybody. Don't burn the candles at both ends, or do. Lots of loot to get. All right. I'm glad you enjoyed so much. Thanks for hanging out, Monica, everybody in the chat. Always appreciate it. Thanks for the feedback. Good direction, everybody. I had a good one. So I'll see you next time. Bye for now.